Okay, so good morning and welcome to the third session of our conference on intelligentsia, mass culture, and grassroots movement. Today I'm going to massacre the names of all of our speakers. So to begin with, we have Nerija Kutinaitė, who is Associate Professor at the Institute of International Relations and Political Sciences at Vilnius University. She specializes in identity studies, including Soviet national and European identity. She focuses on ways of interaction between the Soviet regime and society in the fields of national identity, Soviet atheization politics, politics of beliefism, analyzes other issues of accommodation, resistance, and adaptation. She is the author of several books in Lithuanian and some articles, and is currently working on the project Politics of Death in Soviet Lithuania, Meaning, Rituals, Symbols, Emotions. So Nerija, the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay. Is it shared already? Okay. I have slides, so it will be easier for me to concentrate. Okay. The object of this presentation is song and dance festivals, regularly organized since 1946 in Lithuania, and it was a kind of central event that took place in Vilnius, but in preparation of this central event, multitude of smaller festivals took place in regions, districts, colchoses, factories, and everything was featuring this. All these smaller events featured similar or even identical repertoire. So it is, and I'll start to speak about the organization of this first Dance and Song Festival, 1946. A kind of thesis, or what I want to show, is that this mass song and dance festival generated a kind of hybrid synthesis of the Soviet and the national identity, and it helped to manage the tensions between Soviet and national. And it was used as a tool to domesticate, as I say, some political forms of nationalism, and so to strengthen this public loyalty to the Soviet state. I show some pictures. These pictures show a kind of hybrid interpretation in an aesthetic form of Soviet and national at the same time. The first one, you can see it, it's taken from children's magazine of Genís, this bigger one, and it shows the national, a kind of national, how would we call some, so national, carvings. It was taken for the picture of flowers and so on was taken from national carvings, and it is recognizable by the ordinary Lithuanian, but in the middle of it, the red star was placed, and also we see another symbols, the Tower of Gediminas. You can see it there. The Tower of Gediminas that was associated with Vilnius. That was very important issue for every Lithuanian because Vilnius belonged to Poland during the interwar period, and every young Lithuanian was raised dreaming about Vilnius to belong to Lithuania. And another one is very similar, and it was used for the first. I didn't ask you how much time I have.
20 minutes.
Okay, and the second one was from the invitation to the song festival. of 1946, it is quite a similar emblem or symbol that, for me, these are examples of this hybridity in aesthetic form, hybridity of the Soviet and the national aesthetic form. And it is not, later. Of course, the idea, the situation was very tense at the time, as you know, and the guerrilla fight was going on, and also quite a big part of the society supported, not directly perhaps the guerrilla fighters, but they were not at all loyal to the Soviet state and to the Soviet rule, because also this memory of mass deportations of 1941 was very vivid, and so there was a very big need for something, to do something to attract the population and to make bridges between the population and the Soviet authorities. And also Paleckis, who was the chairman of the Supreme Council, he also publicly already in 1945 said that the increase of national feeling in the society needs to be somehow dealt with or navigated with. So, and the idea to organize the festival, as far as I found it, came to Justas Paleckis because he spent some time during his youth days in Latvia, and this example of Latvian song festivals was very somehow impressive to him, when masses gather and sing songs and so on. So he proposed and he promoted this idea to organize this mass festival of national songs. But the organizational work was done by Kazis Preikšas, who was very impressive personality at the time. Not at the time, but previously he was communist during the interwar period. He participated in Spanish Civil War, and also resided some time in Moscow, was in Lithuania. He was in prison for some years. And he was the Secretary of Propaganda and Agitation, and he had done all the it was not organizational work, it was instructional work, because he gave instructions to the district authorities, district communist authorities, and he said that people who will not send some groups of people to the song festival to Vilnius, the local authorities will be punished, and so on. So there was not so much of bottom-up initiative. The instructions was given from above. And and one of his instructions, he said that it is necessary, or preferably, that as large as possible number of these choir members would be dressed in national costumes. And so this event was organized in Vilnius. And very interesting are the narratives that were related to the event. Of course, event was put in all this emotional atmosphere of joy. And why this joy? And there were some rationalizations of this event, and mostly three rationalizations of the event. The first one was that for the first time in history, Lithuania is united together with Vilnius, or belonged to Poland some 20 years. Kaunas, that was this the capital of interwar Lithuania, and Klaipėda, that belonged to the Germany. Differently. So Anyway, but and Preikšas, he stressed in the opening speech of the Song Festival that the dream of every Lithuanian patriot is coming true in Soviet times. And also, of course, there was another narrative about the thriving of Lithuanian national culture, that Lithuanian national culture thrives under Soviet conditions, and it was directly directed towards the discourse of guerrilla fighters who said that the Soviet rule came to destroy Lithuanian national culture. So this stress at this time had a very important message, and of course this event had very important message that was directed against, as it was said, this bandits discourses. And also the third one was that the event shows that the Lithuanian nation does not go with fascist bandits. So this event was, as I want to show, had two purposes or three purposes. To show that the Lithuanian nation is very happy with the Soviet rule, to gather masses of people who are in joy, in a very big joy, and also to show, and I think that this was the main purpose, to show that the communist administration in Lithuania are the true patriots of the Lithuanian nation. And it was also stressed in this in speeches directed towards in opening speeches of the Song Festival. As far as we see, not so many people wear national costumes, but anyway, who was and the origins of this the origins of this festival are dual. Because in Lithuania, it was different in comparison to Latvia and Estonia. The Song Festival tradition was not developed. It was not related to the national awakening at the 19th century, at the end of the 19th century. And it was organized only in 1924, and afterwards, somehow there were many conflicts between organizers, and national festival was not organized since 1930. And so it was quite, I could say that the choral singing tradition was quite strong, but the song festival tradition was quite weak in Lithuania. And also it was one of these traditions, and another one was, of course, this amateur art Olympiads in Soviet Union that started in the 30s because and it was organized on the principle of some Stakhanovich competition, because there was the best amateur art performers were selected and sent to the further rounds, and afterwards the very best were gathered in Moscow to perform. The organizational structure of the first song festival, 1946, it was not based on this complicated scheme, but later already the Song Festival 1950, it was based on this quite Soviet organizational structure of amateur artists, and some smaller song festivals were organized on district levels, regional levels, and further on the levels on the Republican level in Vilnius. And so, what were the strategies to neutralize this nationalism? As far as I said, that my thesis is that this event, the festival, had the aim to neutralize nationalist feelings, to tame them, to incorporate them into Soviet culture. That there was a very careful selection of national repertoire, first of all, and there were exclusions of the pre-war songs with direct political, patriotic, nationalist tone, and also love songs. It is quite strange, but the love songs were also excluded, okay. And for example, there was one song, "We Are Born Lithuanians," was very popular in pre-war time, and it was forbidden in forbidden quite directly and quite expressively, and I think that it was forbidden because it was very patriotic and very nationalist, politically nationalist. But another song was "Dear Lithuania." You can see "Dear Lithuania." It was not banned after the war. It was very popular before the war, and it was included into the song festivals. Already it was sung as in the final solemn part in song festivals of 1980, 1985. And of course, this song is not so patriot. It speaks about the beautiful nature, beautiful homeland. Of course, there were some corrections made. The name of God was taken away from this song and so on. But anyway, the song was not directly forbidden, and so it is a very important strategy to include some very, very popular pre-war songs, and also new songs were created because very optimistic songs, and they were required to reflect the moods of the Soviet people. Traditional, sad, and melancholic Lithuanian songs were excluded, but the bright, optimistic, and so on songs were included. It was one strategy and these new songs were presented also as national songs, as a national Lithuanian songs, so new songs. And also some new genres were included to cover the widest possible, inclusion of masses. And I'll stop with that. Perhaps it's some aesthetic images. Authentic national songs, or these very national songs, composed lately only one small part of the song festival, because the song festival was quite modernized and it reflected the needs of modern Soviet nation and navigated some national feelings of youth. For example, authentic folkloric ensembles appeared in Russia and in the Soviet Union and also in Lithuania about 1968, and afterwards they were included also in the song festivals, although they were somehow controversial what concerns the national feelings. And also folk bands, joint symphony orchestras, Soviet pop songs, modern dances, anything possible was included in the song festival. And it was, of course, a kind of celebration of the Soviet Lithuanian nation. And it is perhaps the last slide I wanted to show. We see at the same song festival, it is folk group 1985, and also Dance with Bells with some stylized pioneer uniforms. And we had so many different genres, inclusion, and it became really, in comparison with the Song Festival of 1946, it became a really amateur art Olympiad, as it was pictured or understood in Soviet terms. And the last conclusion, perhaps, is that it really instrumentalized the national feelings to stimulate the loyalty to the Soviet state, and also some neutralized these national feelings and became became the central event of the whole Lithuania, and also it helped to control the use of national attributes, because national costumes or something like that, they were not used and were not allowed to use on the street or somehow only in such big events, and it helped somehow to control this use. And also, but on the other side, this event somehow it made an imprint in the national self-consciousness as the most important event of national event in the Soviet times, and we still have this song. Okay, wait. Okay, the last sentence. We still have the song festival, and also the law of 2007, the law of song festivals was somehow was created in Lithuania, and the song festival is protected now as a kind of national inheritance or something like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The National Informed Socialist. And so I think we will stick to the format from yesterday, and we'll have the discussions after the papers.
Okay.
And as I informed, we have a change to the schedule that our colleague Aurimas Švedas is joining us virtually, but he will not be presenting today. So we say hello to Aurimas, and we will then move on to the next speaker. Riz here, right, Monica?
Yes.
Do you have a?
No, I don't have.
Okay, great. Then I'll just send you.
Yes.
Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Monica Rogers, ne Kariniauskaite. She is Research Fellow at the Lithuanian Institute of History and currently also works at the Lithuanian Ministry of Justice within the framework of Universal Jurisdiction, Justice for War Victims in Ukraine project. She specializes in Soviet and post-Soviet history, penal law, gender, and criminality. Her research and interests cover criminal prosecution systems in Soviet and post-Soviet Lithuania and the USSR, anti-Soviet resistance, Soviet political trials and deportations, the dissident movement and the culture of remembrance in the former Eastern Bloc, and also digital humanities. She earned her PhD in 2007 from the Vilnius University. She has been a research fellow at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland, a project coordinator and research assistant at the Berlin Hohenschönhausen Memorial, a leader of a research project on gender-based violence in 20th century Lithuania, a postdoctoral associate at Yale University, a visiting scholar at Bremen University, and at the Research Center for East European Studies. And most recently, in 2021-22, was a visiting researcher at the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard. She was co-author of It's Her Own Fault: History of Violence Against Women in 20th Century Lithuania. So without further ado,
Yes, thank you very much. The piece I'm presenting today is actually still not very much research, and the research is ongoing, so I don't think I have really clear conclusion about that case. But what made me interested to look into a little bit ethnic factor in the 90s Lithuania is my broader research project, which is based on crime, criminality, and transformation of the criminal law in the 90s in Lithuania, post-Soviet Lithuania in general. And so this research, which I will present, is actually not, I cannot not consider it to be a research, maybe just some cases which maybe generates some insights, but not main goal of my project. So if you have any ideas how I could move on, I would be very thankful. So, well, what the project I'm working on now showed very much that crime was clearly a problem in the 90s in Lithuania and in the whole post-Soviet region, probably whole former Eastern European states, if you want, even broader, even not only in the post-Soviet region, but also ethnicity was supposed to be a problem in the 90s Baltics. This project research, which I just mentioned, attempts to reveal how realistic attempts of the young Baltic state to build the independent criminal justice system, a system based on the values of justice and democracy, and the principle of the rule of law in respect to the human rights in the process of criminalization and criminal prosecution, contradicted, of course, with this harsh post-Soviet reality. And in the whole post-Soviet era during the 90s, the tension was constantly growing between the dream of the democratic transition, the growing numbers and visibility of crime, accompanied or provoked by the continued Soviet era power structures merged with the criminal world, and at the same time, paradoxically, the process of the reforming the concept of the phenomenon of crime was taking place. Well, following the Western legal thought, my sources, which I mostly look into, yes, I also did some interviews and used another sources like memoirs and so on, but it was one particular collection of the archival documents, the 79 foundation of the investigation department under the Ministry of Interior in the Lithuanian State Modern Archives, and this collection is actually a lot of documents which shows how the process of the criminal prosecution in Lithuania, this whole reform was framed in the 90s, because there is various types of documents such as the official regulations and orders, of course, the draft criminal code or criminal prosecution codes, a lot of communication between different institutions involved in criminal prosecution process in Lithuania. And yes, you can reveal the main problems of the 90s there and notice the trends. But when you look into, and I think I really looked carefully in most of the documents in that foundation, so you don't see a lot of ethnic violence as an evidence to be a problem in the 90s. So yes, and in the statistics, at least revealed there, you don't see a lot that institutions pay a lot of attention that yes, ethnicity can be a problem, like for instance, violence against national minorities can be a problem, against Russians, Polish and so on, or in general. It doesn't seem to be understood by the criminal prosecution system as a problem, doesn't mean that it wasn't a problem. So and there are many cases like related to this violence. No, I would say no, but yes, they do discuss some of the cases. Lithuanian law enforcement agents, they do actually. So according to researchers, well, as I mentioned already, there were these two trends: organized crime merging with organized crime networks merging with former state intelligence and governments in some post-Soviet countries. Russia probably would be the most prominent case here, as Mark Galeotti wrote in his book, The War Really, Russian Super Mafia. And yes, of course, as I mentioned already, organized crime was a problem. So there is a lot, you can see a lot of evidences of that in the archive collection I just mentioned, and of course in the interviews with former prosecutors, police officers, and so on. And what are some main trends, I would say, in the 90s Lithuania, that there is no exception. Yes, organized crime is really flourishes. That started already in the Soviet era. In 1992, 1993, the really rapid growth of both organized and non-organized crime, and crimes rates statistically grew 3 times at that time in Lithuania. Before independence also worries that Lithuania, and other Baltic states will fall actually in the ethnically based violence and conflicts. And even when you read the memoirs of former politicians of Lithuania, such as even Vytautas Landsbergis, he writes sometimes that he was having trouble to convince Western leaders that Lithuania will not become Balkans, or that these conflicts will not continue after the fall of the Soviet Union, like the conflict with the Poland of interwar and so on. So it seems that internationally, Western leaders saw it as a trend that could arise. How many minutes do I still have?
13.
Okay, so great. What the law enforcement people saw, it depends, but those memoirs, they show that actually the interesting question would be, which I haven't been able to answer yet because I didn't find data yet, is how many Lithuanians and other nationalities consisted Lithuanian police and other criminal prosecution forces in the 90s. But what the officers are telling, this story, this narrative, is that many of those people who were not ethnic Lithuanians, who were Russians, for instance, in the 90s, some of them stayed, but some of them who were living in Lithuania only since the Soviet times, they decided to leave. But as he mentions, one of Lithuanian former officer, police officer, Alfredas Vilpikas, mentions in his memoir that those non-Lithuanians who stayed in the police in the 90s, when it was clear already that Lithuania is going to become an independent country, and later it became, they decided to support Lithuanian police, not to do something against the state. Why this was so important is for different reasons. First of all, in the 90s, the former Ministry of Interior and the former Soviet militia and police, of course, belonged to it, was the most armed structure in Lithuania. They had weapons, guns, and so on. And the Soviet army, of course, it was still present in the territory of Lithuania, but you could not rely on its loyalty, of course, and meaning even also the 1991, January 13, and situations like that. So basically, the former law enforcement, post-Soviet law enforcement, or coming the same structures, institutions coming from the Soviet times, were the biggest source of armed force and military, not military, but I mean armed force in Lithuania at the time. So that's why for the government it was really crucial that they do support independence and how to win their support. And they tried to communicate. It seems that there was a lot of initiatives coming from Sąjūdis, who was back then a Lithuanian government, and trying to talk to them, offer support, help, also discuss problems with, for instance, militia and later police workers and so on. So these initiatives are visible in the documents I was working on. And of course, you can see how the police officers and officers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs complain about the legal situation, about what they call even crime situation, the legal nihilism, which there are witnesses like this, that legal nihilism was widespread in the society, as well as disregard towards the weak or non-existing laws. So a lot of criminal activities, changing the legal system, and so on, transformation. But it seems that the support was actually gained by Lithuanian government, because already in the 1991, when January events are happening or other kind of tensions, police do stand for Lithuanian government, not the forces that supported Lithuanians, let's say, coming back to the Soviet Union and so on, like Jedinstva. So, but when we come back to ethnicity, so yes, within the police, I mentioned already, there were such witnesses that even Russians who didn't leave Lithuania decided to stay and work for the police, congratulated Lithuanians with their new independent state. There are witnesses that they even apologized for the occupation, for the crimes committed by the Soviet forces and so on. But these are all witnesses that they come from interviews, so it's sometimes difficult to verify their authenticity. But how many minutes? 8. So, now I'm coming to those cases which I was able actually to find, despite the fact that, as I mentioned, there was a lot of material connected to the ethnically based crimes or ethnic violence or xenophobia and so on. So there was one case, and that case is connected to one crime that was committed in Lazdijai in the year 1993, June 24th, at the Lithuanian and Poland border crossing. And why this case actually came into this documentation and why Lithuanian institutions were so interested in it, it was actually external motivation, because just after this incident, in 1993, a letter was received by the Public Police Board of the Police Department of Ministry of Interior of the Republic of Lithuania and Lithuanian's General Prosecutor's Office, signed by Christopher Avery, who represented the International Secretariat of Amnesty International of London. And it stated that at April that year, on the Lithuanian-Polish border in Lazdijai, 9 Polish citizens fell crime victims. They, male and female, waiting in line to cross the border in their cars, were robbed, brutally beaten, and seriously injured by Lithuanian criminals, while the local policemen just watched. And why this seemed to be so important for Lithuanian institutions is, of course, this involvement of Western law enforcement, Western legal agents or organizations promoting human rights, democracy, and so on, is, as they claim in their inner letters and documents from from ministry to the politicians and so on, is that yes, this was clearly expected or suspected to be a case of ethnically based violence, and why victims actually went such a long way to complain, even internationally, was that their case was not prosecuted. It was argumented by Lithuanian police that, yeah, we didn't find the suspect, first of all, then, well, some sort of formal motivation why we don't investigate that case, and only after this complaint, actually the investigation process started and the case was finally revealed. Of course, Lithuanian institutions tried to prove as much as possible that this case was not based on ethnically motivated violence, but was just one of those 90s criminal activities. But also police looked very bad because they didn't involve or help the victims. So it was a huge inner problem at that time and scandal, and made at least the criminal prosecution system to pay some attention in the ethnically based violence and cases like that. But they tried to prove that it was not ethnically based, that the reasons were different. It was just a general trend of crime and criminal networks, and that the border was not very much protected at that time, and so on, because of lack of resources, and that the case was not investigated also because of the lack of resources, but not because the victims were Polish people. But it seems that also from the political level, there was a lot of motivation to solve this case because of not wanting to get in conflict with Poland, and trying to build good relationship with neighbors, and trying to look good in the eyes of Western politicians, Western civic society, and so on. And another case also, which I found in this archive, is about hate crime against Jews. It happened in Kaunas in 1995, and yes, there were a Jewish cemetery, and the monuments of that cemetery were brutalized, vandalized by some suspects, and also the complaint came this time not from foreign organizations, but from the local Kaunas Jewish organization, complaining that also Kaunas police, one of the Kaunas police departments, Panemunė, didn't want to investigate the crime, and were doing everything to postpone the investigation because of what a Jewish community said was very silly reasons, such as just because the shift in the police office were changing, so they didn't take and register the case on time, and so on and so on and so on. And also this case went to Lithuanian parliament, to the political level. It seems that politicians and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were also pushing the investigation of the case, and only then the process actually went on and the case was investigated. And also from those documents, you can see how important for Lithuania it was, maybe not as much to help their local communities, but to look good in the eyes of the foreign institutions, foreign law enforcement agencies, and of course political agents and so on. So yeah, I don't know, I think I didn't really answer the question. Was ethnically motivated violence really a problem in the 90s? Because as I mentioned, it's difficult to detect that, to really see that into the sources I worked on, but I suspect that it's maybe with the gender-based violence, probably some of it were really well hidden. Many of those cases maybe not registered, but from the cases that went to be investigated, you can already see the reluctance of Lithuanian law enforcement sometimes to do the job unless some bigger power complains and starts to push the process. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have our third speaker, Ricardo. Is it good enough? I just got in. Yes. Okay. Okay, so our next speaker is Ricardo Cucciola, right, who obtained his PhD in political history at IMT Łódź, a Kotlatelny degree with the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, with a dissertation entitled The Crisis of Soviet Power in Central Asia, the Uzbek Cotton Affair, 1975 to 91. He has conducted research in Russia, Uzbekistan, and Denmark. He was a postdoctoral fellow at the Higher School of Economics between 2017 and 2019, and then at the Universität Roma Trier between 2019 and 2020, and at the LUISS Guido Carli in Rome between 2020 and 2021. Currently, he is assistant professor of the history of Russia and Eastern Europe at the University of Naples, Lietuvos. Without further ado, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everybody. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to stay with you today, and I was missing this format, which is a good welcome back to normality. I really missed our discussions together, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to present this research with is again something new. And this is something that I also wanted to say. It's impressive how we met many times in these years, but all the times we have something new to say, we have something new to present, and this Vilnius Symposium is something offering new ideas all the time. So I'm really happy to be here. This is a spin-off story that pops out of my main dissertation that was related to the Cotton Affair. And well, in these days of World Cup, it's something that maybe is a little related. It's a story of violence between Russians and Uzbeks, in this case, in a republic that claimed to represent the Soviet diversity and identified itself with the myth of Družba narodov. Why I say that it's something maybe related to the World Cup, because this episode happened in the Soviet Union in the aftermath of a football match. It seems to be a small episode, but it was not. It was reiterated, and he had very critical consequences for a regime in Tashkent, which was evidently embarrassed with the situation that was actually out of control. So, I mean, in the former center of Russian colonialism in Tashkent, the Soviet regime defined the myth of the Eastern city symbolizing the friendship among the Soviet peoples. And Uzbekistan itself was always represented with a republic counting some 100 nations and including some 1.5 million Russians at that time, at the end of the 60s. There is a turning point in this story. On 26th of April 1966, 70.5 magnitude earthquake struck in its epicenter was in Tashkent. The devastation in the city was profound. The earthquake destroyed over 80% of the old city, including a great part of the historic center, which was mostly inhabited by locals. Well, Tashkent was a splendid example of colonial city, and some 78,000 homes altogether. In a city of 1.5 million residents, some 300,000 people were left homeless in just one day. It's important because Brezhnev and Kosygin just flew to Tashkent to evaluate the condition of the city, while at the same time the Uzbek government and the first secretary of the Communist Party of Uzbekistan, Rashidov himself, immersed in the recovery operations and in the reconstructions. In 4 years, Tashkent was rebuilt in a modern Soviet-style city with broad boulevards, with parks, with monuments, large apartment complex, and the first subway system of Central Asia, which came out in a few years. But this is to say that by 1970, about 100,000 new homes were built in Tashkent in a reconstruction program that was claiming to represent an idea of Tashkent Renaissance. Well, the reconstruction of Tashkent is an interesting phenomenon because it was supposed to represent the manifestation of Družba narodov and involved thousands of Soviet constructors, of workers, of urban planners from other republics that contributed to the reconstruction of the city. Many of these workers of the fraternal battalions even settled and created new neighborhoods and housing complex with the names of the original cities. Here we see Kiev, Ufa, Chelyabinsk, Novokuznetsk, Nizhny Tagil, Kaluga, Tula, etc. I mean, this was kind of base of difficult coexistence between the locals and those who came for the reconstruction and settled, albeit temporarily, but settled in the Uzbek capital. Tension would soon flare up, and the first intimidation began as early as March 1969, when threats to the Russian populations and minor clashes, public demonstrations, public transportations, and even in cinemas happened. The situation was ready to explode, and the first occasion of open rivalry was a soccer match. Paktakor, literally the cotton grower, is a football team established in Tashkent in 1956. The Paktakor name is usually associated with another dramatic event, with the tragic air crash in 1979, when 17 team players and the staff members returning from a match in Minsk all died in a mid-air collision. But this is another story. I mean, less famous, but very important for our questions is this 1969 Paktakor incidents. So in 1969, Paktakor was not one of the strongest teams of the Soviet championship. It ended the competition on the 16th place, so very low on the table, I mean 16th place on 20, composing the Soviet top league. But anyway, the team was closely followed at home. And then on 4th of April 1969, the Paktakor Stadium hosted a football match between Paktakor Tashkent and Dynamo Minsk. At the time, 56,000 spectators watched the match. And it's interesting, this was also underlined in a letter sent from a Russian. Most of Russians that were attending the match were supporting the Belarusian team. The match itself was not that interesting. I mean, Dynamo scored at minute 10. Also, Paktakor scored a goal, but the referee did not count it. And at that moment, supporters verbally skirmished, and after the match, lost by Paktakor with a score of 0-1, there were fights among supporters. At the time, it's interesting that groups of Uzbeks blocked the traffic on the main Navoy Avenue and on Komsomolskaya Square, located just out of the stadium, and assaulted those people that were considered to be as Europeans, or even Uzbeks that were dressed in Western clothes. It's interesting that all reports are talking about this chase of women in the street dressed in European dress, of these guys assaulting these women, ruining and shredding their clothes and leaving them basically naked in the middle of the street. Someone in the dormitory of the construction college just saw what was going on and yelled, "What are you doing, you bastards?" Then the windows of the building were pelted with stones, with the crowd that now was shouting, "Rus, beat the Russians." And this was not a single episode. Such scenes were repeated 6 or 7 times in the closed streets of Katnu and Padran. And not just on the 4th of April. The police did not act properly and timely, and pogroms against Slavs, or those considered to be Slavs, continued for several days. There was another occasion for these episodes a few days later. Similar events took place on 8th of April after a football match between Paktakor and Spartak Moscow, again lost with a score of 1-2. And again, 4 days later, on 12th of April, with Torpedo Moscow, and another match lost by Paktakor for 0-3. The situation was tense as it emerged in the declining number of spectators. So we were talking about more than 50,000. Now with on 8th of April we have 32,000 and just only 20 for the match with Torpedo Moscow. So to calm the situation down, special vehicles and military equipment and even an elite battalion of the MVD was sent from Moscow. And in the end, more than 150 rioters were arrested for petty hooliganism. What is interesting is that the media did not report on the Paktor events, just reporting the result of a team that maybe deserved more in terms of results, but the violence created deep embarrassment for Rashidov, who complained to the party about holes in the security system and then tried to purge some of the top officials of the MVD in the Uzbek capital. Rashidov was actually angry with the government, and also with the Gorkom and the Obkom of the capital. But at that moment, what is interesting in this story is that they were not talking about national hatred. There was kind of minimize the size of the event. Anyway, the events were causing grand indignation for a Russian population that felt abandoned by authorities, that started to complain with a lot of letters addressed to the Central Committee and in a general silence by the institutions. What is interesting is that the only one who was talking about problems of international violence was the second secretary of Uzbekistan, was Lomonosov, which in mid-April in a meeting with the active of the Oktyabrski Raikom. The Oktyabrski Raikom is the place where these clashes were taking place, just is the area of the stadium. He was also commenting how these events could not be reduced as petty hooliganism, and he was mentioning what was statistics about these youngsters between 15 and 25 years old, and how the party was could not negate the problem of interethnic tensions. But this is not the case. The second secretary, to some extent, did not succeed. At the inner level, on the 28th of May, the Central Committee approved a resolution on the group of hooliganism that took place in Tashkent on April 4, 8, and 12, 1969. At that time, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Uzbekistan was noting a problem of political and ideological education. The outstanding success of the Soviet country in building a new society achieved through the implementation of the wise Leninist national policy of the Communist Party. The unbreakable friendship and indissoluble brotherhood of Soviet peoples are badly used in the educational world, and then listing a lot of measures to be implemented in this task. More interesting is that in a plenum of the Tashkent Gorkom, Rashidov himself, so the first secretary of the Communist Party of Uzbekistan, intervened, minimizing these events with groups of hooligans, which included some 15 students of higher specialized secondary educational establishment, 7 school students, 12 young workers, 6 office workers that began to molest individual women and girls, beat them, and tear off their clothes. So reporting this event, but then Rashidov keeps in the description of what happened. Hooligans accompanied their action with louder whistling and anti-social shouts. 4 communists and 12 Komsomol members took part in these outrages and mockery of innocent people. But at the same time, it should be noted that certain unhealthy element pursuing disreputable aims and using these facts of hooliganism began to make slanderous attacks, to generalize some shortcomings, to spread rumors that do not correspond to reality and are based on all kinds of speculation. So Rashidov basically is mentioning that there is a kind of conspiracy of some people that are organizing, are orchestrating this event. They wrote about them in letters to family and friends. Moreover, they were, I'm still quoting Rashidov, there were even cases of spreading anonymous letters with hostile content among the population. Their authorities tried to sow discord and distrust between people, thereby harming the cause of strengthening friendship and brotherhood of Soviet peoples, the international education of workers, and blah, blah, blah. The cynical group of hooligans, which occurred in April 1969, was a consequence of the weakening in the city of the fight against crime and educational work among young people in some production collectives, educational institutions, and schools. So Rashidov was minimizing the event as an organized, a well-orchestrated episode to inflame tensions between Russians and Uzbeks. However, the situation did not calm down. Similar episode even occurred after April 1969, on 27th of September, now during the match with VILNIUS Soviet of Samara. This time, Uzbeks came to the stadium with a huge banner with written "Ruskiye won," Russians out, and some shouting anti-Russian chants. This time, at the end of the game, the crowd even organized a kind of corridor which everyone who was at the stadium had to pass through, and was looking and threatening Russians with stones and knives. Police and military forces were deployed and this time suppressed the riots properly. So Rashidov is sure that there is something organized, and with these premises, the Uzbek leader was not only wanted to improve ideological work for the youth, but he wanted to identify those responsible, pointing the finger at his opponents. So the events opened the battle between Rashidov and his rival of the Tashkent, the Fergana faction. They call it the clan, but I think it's an improper wording. So at that time, the secretary of ideology, Rafik Nishanov, this guy in the middle, tried to shift to the responsibility of the event to Rashidov. In response, Rashidov was able to blame Nishanov and to blame Yadgar Nasreddinova and to oust them from the Republic in a sort of political exile. So what was the story of these guys? Nishanov in the middle and Nasreddinov at the top on the right. Nishanov turned to be a diplomat. He served as a Soviet ambassador to Ceylon and in Jordan. You know, Lavrov was an intern, was just working with Nishanov. He's still alive. So Nishanov was exiled as an ambassador abroad. What about Nasreddinova? Nasreddinova was a professional politician who made her career in the Komsomol. She was the wife of Sergei Nureddinov, another important guy of the Tashkent faction. Nureddinov was the head of the Tashkent obkom until 1959. Then he died in 1966. But Nasreddinova remained a powerful figure in the Uzbek establishment. In 1959, she became the chairwoman of the Uzbek Presidium, so she was basically taking the place of Rashidov. And she became the deputy chair of the Soviet Presidium. But then what was the story of Nasreddinova? Rashidov was able to excite her, to move her to Moscow, where Nasreddinova even made an important career when she became the chair of the Soviet of Nationalities of the Soviet Union. But her story did not finish there. Rashidov directly addressed also the head of the Uzbek government, Rakhmat Kurbanov, this guy, who was accused of misusing his official position and other illegal activities. And Kurbanov, so the head of the Council of Ministers of the Uzbek SSR, was sentenced to 10 years in prison for fomenting violence. Then he was, a few years later, in 1978, if I will remember, he was rehabilitated by the Uzbek Supreme Court. But anyway, Kurbanov was also marginalized from grand politics. Let me go to the conclusion. Rashidov used the incidents to get rid of his opponents and at the same time to consolidate his network, promoting some of his main allies. In September 1970, Nazar Machanov became the new chairman of the Uzbek Presidium until his retirement in 1978. 78, this guy on the left. In February 71, just after Urbanov's dismissal, Kudai became the new chairman of the Council of Ministers, and he kept the post even after the death of Rashidov, until he was charged for the Uzbek cotton affair in 1984. So we see how Rashidov was able to marginalize his opponents and to promote his loyalists. But he also created a basis for his clan with the creation of the Jizak Oblast in 1973. But what is interesting is the story that Rashidov at that time carefully avoided mentioning national hatred and presented the case as hooliganism on the ground of sports passion. But the Russian population of Tashkent did not kept protesting and wrote many complaints to Moscow demanding an investigation. What is interesting is that an investigation actually occurred in 1974 when a commission headed by the Deputy Prosecutor General Gusiev arrived to Tashkent from Moscow and revealed that a nationalist organization in opposition to Rashidov, associated with some members of the Uzbek Central Committee and of the Presidium, in particular the grand accused, the grand villain in this case was the chairman of the Supreme Court of Uzbekistan, who was even imprisoned for 10 years because at that time he was accused of corruption for demanding to dismantle the case against those rioters. Then also investigations involved Nasreddinova, who confessed that what she had done, revealing information about bribes of members of the Central Committee. So in the end, Rashidov was able also to marginalize Nasreddinova also in Moscow. But I'm concluding, from that time, the challenge of the Uzbek leader became internal with a series of anonymous letters that kept arriving to Moscow and also to Tashkent through in the 70s, continued to arrive in Stalin Ploshchad, denouncing Rashidov and corruption in Uzbekistan, while at that time Brezhnev was turning more than a blind eye to what was happening in Uzbekistan. But this is another story. Thank you.
Long thought that sports fandom and nationalism kind of are part of the same phenomenon, that appeal to the same emotions, the same neurons, even when they're not connected to one another. When they do, it was especially powerful. So we have a lot of time for discussion, 45 minutes according to the schedule. So we can begin with a round of questions. Jeremy first.
Yeah, thanks. I've got questions for Neria and Ricardo. I hope that someone else has questions, but Monica's really fascinating talk. But so Neria, I mean, this one, rightly or wrongly, I think from outside the Baltic region, when we hear about these song festivals, we think more about Latvia than Lithuania. They're small figures. But the question is, do you see any kind of competition going on here? The Lithuanians refer to the song festivals that are being held in Latvia. Is there any kind of rivalry or learning, or is this just something they do independently? So that's my question. And my question for Ricardo is, well, it kind of relates to one of the things that I was hoping to raise in the discussion again that we're going to have about this Centre-Periphery negotiations. Where are you? You're there. Because one of the, when it comes to these negotiations, one of the tools the republics have is a threat of nationalism or ethnic conflict, or actual cases of nationalist outbreaks or ethnic conflicts, and there are several examples of this, and this is another one. So I'm just wondering if, in your talk, Rashidov uses this to remove his rivals, to promote his own network, but is there anything else? Because there's the possibility of negotiating for more resources or for more autonomy, more sovereignty, or perhaps it's the last point you made about, Brezhnev turning a blind eye to corruption. Is that something that Rashidov kind of asks for or hints at in this process? So just beyond these kind of personnel matters, is there anything else that Rashidov kind of exploits in the situation? That's my question.
Okay, about the song festivals. It is an interesting question because before the war, when we had this 1924, the song festival, so of course the inspiration was Latvia because organizers went to Latvia to look at, but it was a political need to consolidate the nation when the nation was already established. And of course, but I could not see the competition because in Lithuania, the organizers, they were in conflict between themselves because one part was liberals, another part was Catholics. So they clashed together about the repertoire, and there happened that two parallel song festivals in the same year happened because of their quarrels. So it was impossible to organize something. But during the Soviet times, I think that's why it was quite new destination or new instrumentalization of this song festival, because in Latvia, as far as I know, after war, the song festival was organized in 1948. And in Estonia in 1947. So in Lithuania, it was the first one from all the Baltic republics. And as far as I interpret, as I see, it was not to look at other Baltic republics that they organized, but simply they had to find something to consolidate nation, or to show that the nation is consolidated. And it was, of course, they took protection from Mikhail Kalinin. Of course, Kalinin was the Soviet Supreme Council, president of the Supreme Council, and he was not the first secretary or something like that. But anyway, it was the protection because, of course, Sniečkus, at the beginning, Sniečkus was again here. Of course, they were afraid to be somehow. Lithuanian communists were afraid to be put or to be presented from the side of Soviet Union authorities as nationalists, of course. So they had to have some protection, and they had this protection. So it was quite a complicated thing, but I think that it was not it was somehow thought and organized. Separately from any success of other republics, and it was estimated as very successful. So it was taken as a tradition that needs to be developed, and it was, for me, it was personally very interesting how very weak tradition or very weak some practices they were took to the Soviet reality. And they were developed into a huge event of national identity.
Yes, that's exactly the point. So, are we in the middle of a negotiation between the center and the periphery, which claims to be not that peripheral? And so what is the matter of the negotiation between Moscow and Uzbekistan? Cotton is for sure the main point. So, but not only cotton, because with Rashidov there is this Druzhba Narodov issue, which is something that matters not only for the image because of this representation of Uzbekistan representing the Soviet diversity on a smaller scale. Uzbekistan is also functional to the Soviet agenda for the Third War, so it's used as a kind of window, especially in the 70s for the Islamic world, so showing a kind of a facade of tolerance, of compatibility between socialism and Islam. And so this narrative of Druzhba Narodov of a republic that was resolving the problem, the cultural problems, with this paradoxical endorsement for Uzbek culture, but at the same time with Rashidov. So committing to the cause of Russification in '78, I mean, to promoting the idea of the grand fraternal language among peoples, the Russian one. So the Druzhba narodov thing is something that is functional to attract a lot of investment and gets a lot of pressure for the from Moscow, not only internally but especially for this let's say para-diplomacy that is playing this Soviet Republic at that time. It's something useful also for the reconstruction itself of Tashkent in the aftermath of the earthquake was a huge occasion to attract investment, to make the city that you want, make the Tashkent is a very interesting experiment of urbanism, of Soviet urbanism at the time. But the main point is negating any national tensions, any conflict, and this is what I try to do. Emphasize with this presentation, where the main concern is Moscow of national hatred in the words of Lomonosov, of the second secretary, and we see Rashidov trying to not to destroy his own toy, his own game, which is this representation of Druzhba at any cost.
I wanted to ask Ricardo about this. Football, soccer as phenomena, because in Lithuania we had also some rows and fights based on ethnic grounds. It was after the game with Dinamo, I think.
1977.
Yeah, Žalgiris and Dinamo. It was not in such an extent as it was in Tashkent, but it was also like that. So somehow sports, did you reflect how sports played the role of as a catalyzer of ethnic, not identity, but ethnic somehow.
And friendship.
ethnic feelings, because in Lithuania it was basketball mostly, but after basketball games we didn't have rows, but after football games we had rows also. It's like sports somehow also as a matter of friendship of people, but it played a kind of very interesting role. So.
But potentially it can be a field of research.
Okay.
I'm not a sportsman, so I'm not that engaged. But yes, I mean cases like this.
It's not uniquely a Soviet phenomenon. Many cases where football is both an sort of event for nationalism, but also can explode over that. In Central America, there's a series of soccer wars.
In Latvia too, in '60s, there was a football team of Daugava, and its main say Kapadaishi was by his name was Ulmanis, and after the game, young people went to Freedom Monument, and their slogan was "Long live Ulmanis and his defenders." Defenders is a literary translation of organization Aizsargi, which was National Guard in independent Latvia, and in the backbone of Ulmanis regime, in fact. So.
If I can follow the football also and Matragor. So of course we had, perhaps I believe in Latvia, very interesting case, in Žalgiris too, but Matragor was incredibly, and it was special because information about this of '69 it came to Moscow and reached Moscow, and Moscow was very afraid, not very perhaps, but it was afraid because of connection of nationality, because of BBC, yes, so BBC announced about it and talked about it, and it was translated, yes, for public, wider for public, so for East Europe, auditorium, yes, so and we can see connections in Prague, yes, we can see connections here in Magdeburg, And we can see connections in Kaunas events, 1972 nationalist events, Kaunas events. Yeah, so because of that, these events are, how to say, interconnected, and that's because the Communist Party and this apparatus paid attention to this, and KGB, of course. And KGB was afraid, and I saw this Spravka about these events, so connections, and with this KGB Spravka and Dropov's, I think, Spravka. And speaking about Neria's paper, so it is interesting that it connects us to yesterday discussion about nationality policy, because we talked about Moscow, how Moscow made policy, nationality policy, and creating this policy. But here we have a different approach and different agents. Here we have the Lithuanian Communist Party, yes, so the leading communist apparatus. So, and we see how Lithuanian communist apparatus is used this pattern of nationalism, and how Lithuanian apparatus is creating new things like Lietuvių liaudies. Yes, so it's not Lithuanian tauta, it's different notion. So it's not Lithuanian nation, so it's like people's nations. Yes, so people's nations, it's quite different. And this people's nations, Lithuanian people's nation, is not just part of Soviet man. It is different. So, and this is also, so we should consider and see as, you know, some perhaps not conflict, but some interventions and tensions between Soviet man and this Soviet Lithuanian people.
I would not see any tension. I think that it is as in every politics. You can have a party program in democratic world also, but when you come to the power, so you deal with pragmatic things. And I think that pragmatic played the biggest role in all these national questions, political pragmatics, because you know, there was so many different cultural traditions in the Soviet Union. So many different understanding of what the nation is. It was impossible to create a common understanding what is the ethnic nation. The ethnic nation, as it's difficult to say, because so many traditions in Asia, they had one traditions. In Baltic state, they had statehood before the Soviet Union. So I think that it was too complicated to have one frame, one very clear frame how to deal with all these things. So usually it was, I think that the political pragmatics dictated all these means of how to deal with that. And I think it was true. It was dangerous because afterwards you had to deal with the consequences. You can tame this nationalism, but it is always here. Yes, it is always here. And I think that it was because of that you had to somehow to deal with it, but you couldn't transform it in the form that it would not be unrecognizable for the nation, because it was important for the nation to have signs of the nation. So it was a double game, and it was quite dangerous, I think.
The commonality is that basic structure that here, each of the republics, you have your institutions, you have your dance ensemble, do what you want there, as long as it's Nationalnyi, as long as things are retained more or less under control, and with this sort of idea that it's right? That political control is something else, and that's something we're going to keep an eye on, but you do what you want in those institutions, and that is nationality policy, right? That creates this set of institutions, your institute of history, your institute of ethnography, of archaeology, of the dance ensembles, the union of cinematographers, you know, and do what you want in those institutions, develop your own national life, however you want to do that, and sometimes there are connections, sometimes they're not. But as long as things maintain more or less under control, that's in your hands, right? And you can decide what that's going to be.
Yeah,
You can
you-
decide who are going to be the people who are staffing this.
So you have to be very creative because you have to keep in touch with the public, with the broader public, and how to control.
And in each republic, there are limits to the extent of what you can do, the themes of what you can do, and there's a sort of dissident edge. Although it's often the same people, we're sort of associated people on both sides of that, but there's often a dissident element where they're taking these discussions, these narratives, these themes beyond what are allowed in the official. But what's allowed in the official things are quite extensive, and it's really kind of paradoxical that those very institutions where they are doing these things and pursuing these national forms, pursuing national narratives, are state institutions, right? They're funded, created, supported by the party and the state.
Yes, but it is only from it was supported by the necessity also.
Because they have to deal with it, right? Because they can't, squashing it, eliminating it is not feasible. It's not in the immediate future and in the foreseeable future. We have to accommodate with it, and therefore that is Soviet nationality policy, right? The fact that we're going to.
Yeah, and I think the rationality is everywhere, and it is acceptable. So, but for me, it's two different concepts. I see two different concepts. So, concept of Soviet man, Brezhnevist one, yeah. So all union concept of Soviet people, yes, and concept of Soviet Lithuanian. So a little bit different. So it looks like he was like this Soviet Lithuanian is like part of the Soviet man. It was actually, he was, yes, but he was also a little bit different, and we can see distance, so some distance, Lithuanian distance, and this is how, you know, this Soviet man, concept of Soviet man is like, this is about fusion of nations, yes, fusion of nations, движение, слияние, yes, so but this Lithuanian people, yes, so Lithuanian, Soviet Lithuanian, it's like, you know, a little bit different, and who goes only just to limits, some limits, so it's Lithuanian Soviet man, not Soviet.
Can't we distinguish between this mythology or concepts of mythology as a Soviet man and practice? Because I'm not sure that anybody believes that this mythical Soviet man is possible. Anybody in this, at least after the war, in the Soviet administration. Because Brezhnev was the only one, I don't know, but I think that it is very important to distinguish between this concept that are very general, Soviet man, it's like a very general concept. We can put many things in that. And I think and also, and practical things and practical measures, practical politics. So I think that there is no any tension, because you put into this general concept of Soviet man, you put Lithuanian also, some Lithuanian national as a Soviet man. I don't see here any tension.
Okay, so because I wouldn't agree with you, but I understand this, because I see some trajectories of Soviet nationality policy, and you know, for the center institution, for Moscow, such things like Дружба народов, they said, I think even Ponomarev said to Khrushchev, so enough for the Дружба народов, we reach already this stage, we should go further and expand this. So it's enough for Дружба народов. So all republics played on this Дружба народов and Дружба народов. And for example, the second secretary, the Luka, of Latvian, second secretary, then the Latvian Communist Party apparatus prepared plans of international collaboration among Soviet republics. He said, so this is not plan of internationalism. Internationalism is about Latvian relationship with Russians, but not with Estonians. So it's different. So Дружба народов is a little, so we can discuss very long about it. So for me it's I look a little bit different, but I understand that these things, Soviet man and Soviet Lithuanian man, is overlapped. Of course, overlap, but it's not the same, exactly the same. So I would have a question to Monica, but
Diana has been waiting patiently.
But if we speak about those festivals in Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia in 40s, I suppose there are two aspects we does not consider very much. One aspect is that in the Stalinist period, really this idea of Soviet men infusion and such things, they were not expressed in such form. There was more about flourishing of socialist nations within the Soviet Union. And this is one aspect. The second aspect is that we should look at this, how these festivals were organized in the context of the post-war development of Stalinist politics. In 1946 and 1948 are quite different times in Soviet Union. In 1946, indeed, there could be more pro-nationalistic, more playing with national feelings in Lithuania, I suppose. In 1948 in Latvia, it was impossible, and when we look how this all was organized, it was organized on very, I should say, the main idea was a friendship with Russian people, with friendship of peoples and so on. Not so much, in my opinion, not so much accent was put on Latvian national feelings as on demonstrations that this Latvia is a part of семья советских народов. By the way, repertoire was 50-50. One half was Latvian folk songs and Latvian classical repertoire, and the second half was Russian folk songs and Russian songs and Soviet songs. So it was quite demonstrated and how it was organized through big industrial enterprises and so on. And there is also the third aspect. If we speak about that, this was organized on Republican level, okay, it was. But in Stalin's times you can't organize any such event. Funding for such events was approved to details, to very small details, approved by Moscow, by Ministry of Finance and also by other bodies. So it could not be without control from Moscow. And this control was not only ideological, it was only just on this financial side was tightly controlled. What kind of events could be organized and how they organized, who is funding this and so on. Everything had to be approved.
Yeah, they got funding from Moscow, but it was not so much controlled as at the Song Festival 1946. It was not such a control. Most of songs were national songs. And 1950, the organizational structure was already different. It was under the cover of Olympiads organizing, and the control is bigger, but also not so. But also not a friendship. The slogan was not friendship. 1950. Okay. So it would be interesting to compare parallel some festivals in Latvia and Lithuania, and this rationalization and rhetoric that was given.
What do you add? So about this song festivals, still. Yeah. So I remember the Lietuvos, who was organizer of the Lithuanian song festival. Later. Yeah. So not in 46. Yeah. He remembers how Harazov, the second secretary, he asked him to into agenda more about Lenin, not Leninus, but not Lithuanian Lenin, yeah, but Lenin in Russian. So and we can see difference. So it looks like the same Lenin, yes, but it is different. So still, so yes. So this is a very small remark. And if I may, I have a question to Monica. Monica, so how you would describe 90s and so such term like period, yes, 90s. I understand it doesn't start in 91, yes, and ends in 31 December 99. Yeah, so because I have a question about from 1998. So it is 90s or already not?
That's a good question. I'm also trying to understand so far when actually the 90s starts and when the post-Soviet transition and this split of the Soviet system starts. And of course, maybe you could use the term some sort of longer 90s or something if you look at like long 19th century, for instance. But I don't know. I think in different cases in historiography, I still don't find one definition and agreement of that. So I believe it's still the question of the discussion when it starts. I don't know, actually, because like even if you take 1991, still there are debates. Yes, officially Lithuania is independent, but not recognized yet internationally. So where is that point? Yes, of course, because I'm representing the Lithuanian tradition, so I start with the 11th of March, independent declaration. But like when I look into crime and these changes in the system of the criminal constitution, it's very clear that they started before. Discussions exist before 1988, 1989. Already there is movement, there is lack of change in all levels, the level of the police, militia back then, and also debates within the lawyers, in the academic environment, and so on. And political, of course, side, because lawyers also participate, or people with legal knowledge and like craving for that change participate in the reform movement, scientists, and it's that discourse, if you want, of course, it doesn't happen in the 90s, it starts way before.
So how long will the Wiki give us the Wiki?
Yeah, so my question is because, for me, you took the case as Lazini, yes, from Latvia. How about this event, gruodžio event from 1998? Yes, when Polish person of Polish nationality killed 8 Lithuanians. So and people that Latvia is only father of Lithuania. So he expressed opinion that this is because of nationality, and he saw problems here that Polish guy killed 8 Lithuanians.
That's a good example, but I didn't look particularly at this example, but it would be actually a very good advice for you to look more deeply. I somehow saw it from my sources as just a big crime, but a crime not based on nationality from the sources I found so far, but maybe there is something, as you say, Landsberg is even was mentioned, so should be.
Landsberg is mentioned in very Landsberg's way. So perhaps we should look deeper into these issues. So not if he doesn't say, he didn't say that exactly, but I remember his.
Yeah, but it's a very, very good case to look more deeply.
Okay, Ricardo and Michael, I'm not sure who should be first.
Okay, two questions, Ricardo, two comments, so very quickly. So Ricardo, it started with this rapid rebuilding of Tashkent in just 4 years. I mean, it's quite remarkable. It's not very sophisticated way, especially in the late period. So is that what Rashidov's doing? Is there some interest in there? Is there extra resourcing? Like, have you ever been able to discover like why that got so quickly rebuilt? And you said Brezhnev came and saw this devastation. So perhaps it was a genuine need to rebuild the fourth largest city in the Soviet Union quickly. But yes, so I wonder about that. Also, what you come across here, maybe I missed it, but about the expressions, articulated expressions of the ethnic animosity between Russians and Uzbeks and Indians, right? So was it articulated? Like, it's because of flats, it's because of privileges, it's because of, was it articulated any particular reason for this dislike? Beyond
Bad referee.
Beyond bad refereeing, hilarious. And then, so Tim mentioned before about like latitudes, republics, and of course I'm a big advocate about the negotiation ability and the republics have more control than is often admitted. But I also want to point out that many of your examples were in the cultural sphere, which of course is the preserved normally given over to you're saying about like you saying let them get on with it to develop, but particularly given to them is this neutered space, this of cultural sphere, because like we can't be seen to be doing it anyway to imperialists, but you have it to yourself. It's certainly against Latvia. So I wonder if we should use other examples outside of that one that is so there was always the preserve of the nationalities. And then the last point I wanted to make.
Towarzysze, łaska wam Bafros.
So we talked about Soviet man. Yeah, we talked about Soviet man, and I just want to say that this you talk about being Smith, and I think there'll always be a lot of going back and forth about how real it is. And I think perhaps it comes down to possibly to attitudes and to take take Britain and this idea of being British. Well, if you ask a person from Northern Ireland, a person from Scotland, a person from Wales, they will say they are Welsh, Scottish, and Irish first. But it is the English who are much more likely to express themselves. I myself would always call myself British rather than English. And I think it's so I think that you have to. It's obvious that all of the nationalities would always be much more likely to advance their individuality rather than their commonness within the a Soviet person. And I think that comes to it. So the question is, did they develop throughout the Soviet period some commonalities? And I think that probably there were. And it comes up even in our evening conversations about how we notice it going from former Soviet Republic to former Soviet Republic, and we notice the similarities even to this day about the way they develop, and even 30 years later have such many similarities. So something to put out there. You go ahead. Okay, I have a question.
Thank you. Building wise, of course, that's so fast, as you said, the fourth city of the Soviet Union needed and what was impressive, one of the documents that was showing is this commitments by the Central Committee in welcoming not just this Federal Battery, but something like 400 billion rubles in this past reconstruction. It was a task that was canalizing many energies from the center and true commitment from the center. In reconstructing what
because you didn't see that same sort of thing, for example, with the 1988 Armenian.
No, but it's another.
It's another time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They were broke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's another time, and unfortunately for Hungary, what's the name? Spitak. Yeah. It was also another dimension. In this case, we are talking, the devastation was proper, but if we look the number of deaths was comparatively small. In terms of it was just a matter of this. This was the occasion to get rid of the old city that was made of clay huts and whatever. So that was the narrative of we finally have the occasion to modernize. So for Rashidov, this was a huge opportunity for doing his own program, and at the same time to give preparation to these 300,000 people that remain homeless. And that was the matter of the hatred. So the idea that these builders were occupying the very same houses that were supposed to build for the locals was what these Russians were complaining in this letter. They treat us as colonizers.
Oh, right.
We are friends and blah blah blah. And all these things, but they always refer about these things. They treat us colonizers, foreigners, as strangers who are not welcome. And competition for soldiers, for resources, which is something that at that time, I mean, in '69. The reconstruction was not concluded, so it was still ongoing, and even if they saw this temporary inhabitants as something permanent, so it was a new way of colonization. But then pattern also factors. How many were they? I don't know. That's my point, because I've always seen speaking about thousands, 10,000, 40,000 at some points, but it's not clear how much did they stay, how long did they stay. It was temporary, but the perception was that they came to stay. If I can, I also have some questions. I mean, one was on a point that was by Dina. About these details, I mean, but was the center disputing these details, or was just an authorization that go for it? I mean, we can realize the level of controls in how much were they getting into, or they were just approving what was coming from the politics of Latvia. That was one of the points. Then I was interested in a comparison. You made a comparison with the other Baltic republics, remarking the fact that Lithuania did not ever develop tradition in this kind of organization of festival. What happened in other contexts where Stalin was playing with local nationalism, such as Western Ukraine or Western Belarus, or maybe even Moldova, maybe paradoxically, the situation was upside down with Moldova, part of Romania. But can we find some comparisons with other enlarged republics in the aftermath of World War II? And then maybe this is just a curiosity, but there is much debate in the Italian public discourse about the war songs. Was in the aftermath of the independence, the Sovietization of these songs, was there new versions with God again in the context of the song? Then I also had a curiosity, a couple of curiosities that I wanted to ask to Monica. We're talking about an increase of crime, but is it an increase of crime, or is it an increase of reports in the 90s?
Did you finish with your question?
No. And then the last point was already raised by many other colleagues, but was what was the turning point in the 90s? Because now I see many comparisons in the history of Russia and Ukraine. It's normal in this moment. Identify this biennium 1999-2001, especially at the political level, but not only. I wanted to ask what was according to the very end of the 90s. But, I mean, it's something that also we discuss. Thank you.
Okay, we have only about 4 minutes, so if you'd like to answer anything.
Ask the chair.
Perhaps from Nadia first, and Diana.
Well, about details, The problem is that really we don't know. So far, there are a lot of publications about song festivals, but they are mostly they are speaking about organization and ideological aspect of those, about this attempts to mix socialist content with national form. But the problem is how it was, how did there were some influences from other republics, exchange of experience, or and how Moscow's control was organized or maintained and so on. In fact, we don't know.
I would add that this negotiation concept is valid here because the most idolized song festival in Lithuania was 1955, and afterwards also 60. And it was, of course, it was dictated from Moscow. It was not from Lithuania. So it was always this wish that more Russian songs and more this so-called solemn Russian songs, hymns like that, Soviet hymn, no, not national hymn, not state hymn, but and it was always a negotiation. It was always, because also in memoirs of organizers, Lietuvos and others, we can find that they always try to negotiate, to put this limit of Lithuanian songs further than that they were more of Lithuanian songs and less of this ideologized or Russian language songs. So
it's a refinement song list that needs to be approved.
Yeah, it has to be approved. It has to be approved. So, and about other republics, it is a very interesting question because it was this song of choir traditions were in Western Ukraine also as well, but much more in Belarus. So, but Belarus is a different case. So locally, I think that the administrations, local administration, Republican administrations, used different, I think, different means for that. I know about some attempts to organize some festival in Western Ukraine, but I'm not sure about the success, because they always looked at the success. If it is successful, that means attractive people. But it's very, very interesting question about Mongolia. And of course, after the Soviet rule, all gods and other things came back. But anyway, we have this discussion till now. How many of repertoire should be pop songs and how many traditional ethnic songs? Because, you know, during the Soviet times, this at the end of the Soviet times, this dominance of pop songs in repertoire was quite big. You know, these popular about nice life and so on, but pop songs. So till now, I think this influence is quite big. But to sing pop song or ethnic song.
Are there ethnic songs?
Chords with this. So it's a very, very powerful course, yeah. And if we compare with Latvia, yes, this course is incredible. And so Dziesma, what is access, yeah, it really sounds very, very powerful. But it's not so that
Okay, we are just about out of time. Monica, if you'd like to answer.
Okay, I will briefly say that I would say both. Of course, the war grew after Soviet regime, but also it's not true that from at least from my research, I don't think that serious crime were underreported crimes. Yes, of course, such not so serious, not so heavy crimes as thefts or sexual violence is extremely reported on the Soviet regime, but serious crime like murders or very violent rapes or so on and so forth, or embezzlement of the state's property, when it's large scale, those you usually could not really hide so much. So I believe, yes, of course, there was some level of more openness, but also there was more crime, and the crime itself changed. What was hidden, those organized crime structures, they formed before the 90s, but they became much more visible and powerful because the power and the control of the state was impaired, obviously, because one regime fell and the other state control was still on the process of being created. And those social norms were also kind of reshaped very suddenly, and there was, yeah, the whole reality fell, and you have to deal with it and redefine also what the crime and the death is. And also, I believe what I think is also related to the factor that the concept of crime also changed because of the change of laws and how you define what is the crime. And yes, in Soviet times, probably the most underreported thing and most mass-scale thing was what everybody basically did was involvement in the black market and those kind of criminal networks. But that crime was maybe not perceived by the society as such dangerous, or it was more or less normalized during the Soviet times. So people didn't feel such big threat, and the methods of 90s mafia were much more violent, much more visible, like explosions, like mass shootings and so on. And it was just, this whole atmosphere became much more visible. Of course, involvement into even small scale business was very large. Like they introduced the mafia if you want to have like even like a shop, like small shop and so on. So I would say it was both. Yes, it's true that crimes were extremely sometimes underreported for times, some kinds of crime, but also it's true that statistically it grew. And you can see it from the, for instance, murder statistics. Statistics that it's not easy to have because there is victim and it's very obvious. You cannot just hide.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to coffee break. Thank you to all our presenters.
The same room. This is the beginning.
Hey everybody, I think that we can start. We are back for our first session of the 11th VILNIUS Symposium, which is entitled Nationality Question Ethnography. I'm very happy to chair this session and to give the floor to Igor Kashu. Igor Kashu is the director of the National Agency for the Archives of Moldova and lecturer at the State University of Moldova in Chisinau. In 2016, Igor was a Fulbright scholar at Stanford University. His recent publications include The Benefits of Comparison, Famine in Kazakhstan in the early 1930s in Soviet context, in the Journal of Genocide Research, and Do Starving People Rebel? Hunger Riots and Babi Bunt in Spring 1946 Soviet Moldova in New Europe's College Years. He is currently working on a book on post-war famine in Soviet Moldavia in the European context, and today he's going to present a paper entitled How Stalin's Death Changed the Relations Between Titular Nationalities and Russian-Speaking Populations, a Comparative Perspectives on Armenia, Georgia, and Moldova. Igor, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ricardo, and hello to everybody, the Violetta and team and Jeremy and other friends I know, and thanks Saulis and Aurimas for inviting at the conference. Unfortunately, I could not come to Vilnius because I'm in Paris now for one more week. And okay, so actually the title is a bit different, but I assure you that the subject is the same. So will not deceive you 100%, let's say. I put it, the title is Going Native After Stalin, Buried Dossier, and the Rise of Non-Russian Nationalism in Soviet Moldavia. And I'll focus mainly on Soviet Moldavia, but I will make some comparison I promised in the initial title. The death of Stalin in March 1953 had a profound impact on Soviet internal and external policies. Some of these changes were a result of unintended consequences unleashed by competition among various contenders to Stalin's office. This is especially true regarding the rise of minority or non-Russian nationalism in the Ottepel years, perceived as an outcome of Beria's tentative to capitalize on the real or presumed discrimination of national republics and titular cadres during the Stalin era. This issue has been addressed only partially so far, Svoboda and Nahaido, 1990, Smith, 2013, and in depth only on isolated case studies. Latvia, for instance, Prigge, 2015, Loader, the same year, and Diana Blairy. The rise of national communism did, however, extend beyond Baltic republics and Western Ukraine. As Samar, for instance, showed in 2015 in the Paradox of Lviv, and included Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, somehow expected, I would say, as well as Soviet Moldavia and Kazakhstan, more of a surprise. All of a sudden, speaking native and criticizing past Russification processes became not only fashionable, but a matter of political survival in the transition from Stalinism to a more human version of communism. Drawing on newly disclosed archival materials from Moscow and Chisinau depositories, this paper sheds new light on Soviet nationalities policies as a whole and in the immediate post-Stalin period in particular. It is generally assumed that the Stalinist terror aimed especially at social groups perceived as exploiters of the poor and disenfranchised under the old regime. In the 30s, however, not only specific social groups are targeted for purges, but also ethnic groups as a whole. There is unanimity in historiography that the Soviet ethnic cleansing, as Martin coined it, commenced in mid-1930s with the mass deportations of Koreans from the Far East to Central Asia. During the Great Terror or mass purges of 1937-38, at least 12, as we know, 12 ethnic groups were targeted for execution or imprisonment. The Poles suffered the most, 111,000 of them being executed. In the framework of the Romanian national operation in the Moldavian ASSR, a part of Ukraine, there were about 6,000 executed. The name of the national operations was used broadly to include those who shared ethnicity with a neighboring enemy nation, born outside the USSR, or speaking an enemy nation language, among them Lithuanians as well. The corollary of repression against ethnic groups was the so-called Great Retreat, that is, the rehabilitation of the Great Russian nationalism in late 1930s, especially in the context of the expected war with Nazi Germany. This included the revision of historical narrative about the role of Russians and the Tsarist regime in bringing together the Soviet peoples. Russian became a vehicle of social integration in the would-be Soviet people, and the law of 1938 introduced it as a mandatory subject all over the Soviet Union in all non-Russian areas. It had to become a lingua franca, a necessary ingredient and instrument in forging the unity of the first socialist country in the world. This pre-1941 trend has been reinforced during the Great Patriotic War and its immediate aftermath. As Brendan Schachter documented in his recent book on the Red Army soldiers, the war experience boosted voluntary Russification among many non-Russians, including the Soviet Muslims, whose religiosity has been eroded during the war, not least because of the hard conditions that did not allow them to observe closely the Islamic cuisine and rituals. Amir Weiner, in turn, argued that Second World War was a watershed in the Soviet mass consciousness, not only because it substituted the Civil War as the reference moment and October Revolution as a reference moment in Soviet history, but also because the war with Nazi Germany and its satellites generated a new ethnic hierarchy among the Soviet nationalities. Stalin's toast on June 24, 1945, on the occasion of the military parade, then was more than an exaggeration of the hegemonic role played by the Russians in the war. Indeed, it amounted to a symbolic institutionalization of the Great Russian chauvinism and anticipated the extension of social functions of the Russian language in the post-war Soviet society. All that in detriment to non-Russian languages, even though in theory nobody had courage to attack Lenin's third cow in nationality policy, namely to prohibit non-Russians from learning in their native language. In practice, however, this right came under assault in the cities in late Stalinist period, and after a small intermission during Khrushchev, was resumed with new force in late 1960s, early 1970s. Sorry. It is not surprisingly thus many in the national republics expected Stalin's death would bring some correctives to this rampant linguistic Russification in the urban areas, especially given the fact in mid-1950s about half of the Soviet population lived in cities, and the share of titular nationalities in urban areas increased exponentially as their empowerment did as well. Among the contenders to Stalin's office, the first and foremost to address this type of grievances and expectations was Lavrentiy Beria. He had the experience in multi-ethnic regions, being first secretary of Georgian Communist Party and leader of the Transcaucasian Party organization. Being Mingrelian, a minority group within Georgia, might have contributed to his high to the nationality question, to the feeling of being non-Russian in a multi-ethnic empire, affirmative empire, as Terry Martin coined it. In addition, he had a lust for power and felt that was the moment to grab it. Since his master passed away. Before being arrested in late June 1953 by Khrushchev and his supporters, among them the Marshal of Victory Georgy Zhukov, Beria tried to create his power base in the national republics. He started to implement his plan in Georgia by rehabilitating the victims of the Mingrelian affair and naming most of them in leading positions at the Republican level. Of course, those who survived. The second most important move targeted Western Ukraine and Ukraine as a whole, Khrushchev bailiwick. Beria embarked on wholesale colonization of the Western Ukrainian Party organization, an area where the toll's recent pacification amounted to 500,000 deported and executed. The apogee of applying a new nationality policy in Ukraine was the appointment of a Ukrainian, Kirichenko, at the helm of the Ukrainian SSSR Central Committee. In his short and in the end unsuccessful bid for power, Beria made history in Soviet nationality policies by insisting the national republics should be led by representatives of the titular nationality. When he was shot dead in the end of 1953, the genie was out of the bottle. As Jeremy Smith argued, even though Khrushchev did not lay out a comprehensive nationality policy throughout his reign, he was obliged, as his successors were, to observe various novelties in relation to the non-Russian republics. In 1956, by condemning Stalin's crime against deported peoples, among others, Khrushchev unintendedly did stir up national sensibilities and gave a boost to expressing further national grievances accumulated all along the Stalin's years. April-June 1953 would mark forever the Soviet nationality policy. It is true that Beria tried to instrumentalize and stir up conflicts between Russians and non-Russians to his own advantage. Probably to that end, to destabilize the situation, Berry decided in late March 1953 to release the criminals from the Gulag, while the political prisoners had waited until they regained their freedom. At the same time, it is an exaggeration to say only Berry was behind the new Soviet nationality policy. In early April 1953, the Presidium, as Politburo was called now, endorsed his initiative related to non-Russians and resuming of Korenizatsiya. In Soviet Moldavia, the incumbent First Secretary Dmitry Gatki, a Moldavian from the left bank, Transnistria of today, even though barely speaking Romanian, was enthusiastic to start applying Korenizatsiya. On June 8, 1953, he sent to the All-Union Central Committee in Moscow a list of 111 non-Moldavian leading party members, both of the Republican level and district one. The other republics did the same. The next step was to replace them with representatives of the titular nationality, a process that started in a hurry during that month. The process was so dramatic for the local Russian-Ukrainian elites that anonymous letters started pouring to Moscow. They complained about the Russians especially being asked to step down in favor of Moldavians and the rising tide of anti-Russian attitudes among the party members and the public as a whole. Anonymous letters complaining of injustices and discrimination against the titular nationality reached Moscow as well. One of them, very informative, showing the authors were insiders, did give several examples how Moldavian cards were sacked by Russian ones from various organizations. It also revealed the language used by the Central Committee, ministries in government when talking about Moldavians, not so saying like one Moldavian asked for one, there are Moldavians working there, usually not giving specific names. So it's kind of treated them in block kind of what they want. The Center has been informed in detail about the developments in the nationality policy in Moldavia, not by the party organs, but by the Izvestia correspondent Kabarin. In his first closed letter, Zakrytoye pismo, to Shatalin, the secretary of Central Committee of CPSU for administrative organs, in charge of security organs as well, dated April 16, 1953, Kabarin informed that Gladky, the Moldavian first secretary, was incompetent and weak leader and asked for the return of Leonid Brezhnev as Republican Party leader. 3 months later, on July 15, in his second closed letter to Shatalin, Kabarin voiced over complaints about Gladky's nationalities policy, presumably nationalistic and directed against the Russians and Ukrainians at the all level of party and state organs. If the first letter went unnoticed, the second one was alarming and full of serious charges against Gladky and the Bureau of Central Committee of Communist Party of Moldova. Malin, an inspector of Central Committee in Moscow, was sent in to verify the allegations. In his 10-page report to Shatalin, his immediate boss, Malin offers quite a nuanced and balanced analysis of what was happening in Soviet Moldavia since Stalin's death in the sphere of the nationality policy. He is really trying to be arbiter in the dispute between the local Russian Kurds and Moldavians as a whole, and to a certain extent, he succeeded. First, after interviewing and collecting exact data on the Kurds reshuffle, Malin discards Kabarin's claim that the sacking of Russian Kurds took on a mass level. In this, he gives examples. For instance, in the Chisinau Gorkom and the three city districts, in the name of Lenin, Stalin, and Red Army, respectively, there were 10 people fired in May-July 1953. Out of them, 8 were Russians, 1 Ukrainian, and 1 Jew. At the same time, out of the 16 newly employed Kurds, 8 were Moldavians, 7 Russians, and 1 Ukrainian. Almost the same situation, Malin reported, was registered in the Central Committee and government. Second, the Moscow representative acknowledges that Gladky and the Moldavian party leadership is hardly behind the bourgeois nationalistic forces mentioned by Kabarin, the Izvestia correspondent. On the contrary, Malin argues that Gladky and his entourage was trying to implement long overdue party decisions in the cadres policy domain, such as the resolution of the All-Union Politburo from June 1950 on the need to promote Moldavian cadres. In the next years, the same decision was rubber-stamped by the Second and Third Congress of Communist Party of Moldova in March 51 and September 52, as well as by the Third Republican Plenum in November 1952, but to no avail. Even though Gladky was trying to do his best, by early fall 1953 and years to follow, the representation of Moldavians remained much to be desired. For instance, at the CC level, Moldavians comprised only 20%, and at the Gorkom level, 2 times lower. In specific ministries, the situation was worse. In the Ministry of Agriculture, there were only 9 Moldavians out of about 300 employees. In the Ministry of Health, only 3 out of 50, 7 out of 95 in the Ministry of Finance, and 7 out of 47 in the Ministry of Education, in a republic in which the share of Moldavians was 65%. Malin also defends the vice chairman of the Chisinau City Executive, Pravovskaya, charged with nationalism by Kabarin, and other 2 members of the Central Committee, Sich and Osipov. Allegedly, she refused to accept Pravovskaya from the vice chairman of the Chisinau City Executive, to accept the Russian children in the Chisinau kindergartens. In fact, she only wanted more Moldavian children to be accepted and justified her decision in social and not ethnic terms. Pravovskaya shrewdly justified her in saying that the distribution of the new 100 open places in the city kindergartens went to offsprings of women workers and lower-paid women. Incidentally, the majority of them were Moldavians, and that was not her fault, she insists. As a result of the Malin report, Kabarin lost his post in Chisinau and was moved to Saratov. He complained about Malin to Shatalin and bitterly regretted his replacement, as he liked very much to live in Moldova. Such or similar developments as a result of the Beria's new nationality policy in early summer 1953 were registered in other Soviet republics. As the new disclosed unpublished files preserved in the Ergani archives in Moscow shows, that was not only the case in the Baltic republics, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, republics known for their high level of national consciousness. It happened in Soviet Moldavia, as I have documented above, as well as in Kazakhstan, another republic deemed as having a low sense of national identity in the late Stalinist period and the following decades. I will deal more in detail about that in the final version of the paper I will submit for the book, which is planned, as I understood, as a result of this conference. Beria tried to instrumentalize the new nationality policy in his bid. Okay, sorry, I hear it's yeah, I think just a second. No, I'm finishing it. So so the conclusion would be the following. Beria tried to instrumentalize the new nationality policy in his bid for power after Stalin's death. At the same time, the majority of the Presidium Politburo did not disagree with him, as I said in the open on this issue, since that what he voiced over was perceived by many as a necessary corrective to old policies, and the real destabilization process announced timidly after March 1953 could not avoid the thorny issue of the center-periphery relations and the nationality factor. So Beria was arrested, as you know, in late June 1953, just when his Korenizatsiya policy registered first successes in Ukraine. This might have triggered Bere's arrest and his summary execution 6 months later on charges, among others, on nationalism. Even though Bere's policies included his new nationality policy was condemned after his arrest, the legacy of his brief experiment with Korenizatsiya, with actually resuming Korenizatsiya of the 20s, would have lasting consequences, including in Soviet Moldavia. Konstantin Chernenko, and I'm finishing here an example, the future Secretary General of CPSU after Brezhnev, and chief of the Agitprop in the Moldavian CC in 48-56, would complain that years in a row before his return to Moscow, he was fed up with Moldavia and Moldavians, as almost on everyday basis after Stalin's death, he was asked to leave the republic and give his place to a Moldavian. In 1961, Serdyuk, a Ukrainian, lost his post as first secretary in Moldavia to a Moldavian by passport, Vodyu. In the report justifying his removal, Serdyuk was charged with nationalism, as Mike Loader mentioned that, but he was hardly a Moldavian nationalist. And this might hint to the idea that the processes of modernization, let's say, of cadres started in cities under Gladky after Stalin's death, and Bere's patronage could not be undone or stopped as easily as one would have imagined. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Igor. Thank you for being in time. I think that we can follow the previous formats, and so give the floor to the second presenters and then collect questions all together. Let me introduce Violeta Davoliūtė, who is a senior researcher at the Lithuanian Institute of History and professor at the Institute of International Relations and Political Sciences at Vilnius University. Her research addresses memory, displacement, and social trauma with a focus on the Baltic states and East Central Europe. Violeta is author of a monograph, The Making and Breaking of Soviet-Lithuanian Memory and Modernity in the Wake of War, which was published with Routledge in 2013. And today she's presenting Ethnography and Nation Building in Late Soviet Lithuania. Violeta, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I have a few slides, so if you could put these slides up. Yeah, here they are. And you know, you would be so kind as to kind of flip them and be extremely late, because I will be reading. How does this work?
Where are the slides?
Yeah, that's it. Here we go. That's it. Okay. Okay, so hello everybody, and thank you very much for organizing, and I'm happy to be taking part in this seminar. And this paper is actually based on an article which I prepared together with Odeta Woodling from Lund University. We both published on similar topics before. So the article is for Canadian Slavonic papers. It's at the final stage of revision. And at this point, we wanted to look at the role of institutions and at the role of personality. So that's just to kind of to give a brief introduction. Okay, so ethnography has been associated with nation building across Eastern Europe, at least since Herder, reflecting the transition from theory to practice, from academic study to political action. But in explaining imperial or colonial power, ethnography is also associated with nation destroying, with control, with the exploitation of ethnographic knowledge for domination. The question whether ethnography in late Soviet Lithuania served the purpose of liberation or domination has been subject to a vigorous debate, especially among Lithuanian historians and political scientists, I would say. For example, Ainė Ramonaitė describes the ethnographic movement as having been deeply opposed to the Soviet system, and notes how the KGB monitored and even prosecuted some of its members.
Nerija Putinaitė, who is here with us, on the other hand, says the movement was not opposed, but manipulated and even supported by the Soviet regime, parading folk culture as a form of entertainment to distract the people from real politics. Naturally, these debates extend to the USSR as a whole. In his keynote address yesterday morning, Jeremy Smith highlighted the role played by ethnographers along with local party leaders in the implementation of Soviet nationalities policy on the ground and negotiations between the center and periphery, especially in the post-Stalin and post-Khrushchev era. So in this presentation, I will step into this debate by examining the structure and agency of what is described as the Lithuanian literature on the period as the ethnographic movement. So I will start by describing the establishment, or rather the restoration, of the institutions of kraštotyra, that's regional studies at, krajevedinė. I'll introduce the term in the broader context. So known in Russian as krajevedinė and loosely translated into English as regional studies under Khrushchev following their repression by Stalin in the 1930s. In late Soviet Lithuania, the quote-unquote restoration of these institutions had a special meaning insofar as they displayed a strong continuity with the nation-building practices and practitioners of kraštotyra from the interwar Republic of Independent Lithuania. I will then analyze a few leading personalities and their celebrated projects to convey a sense of the individual motivation and the collective agency exercised by the ethnographic movement as a whole. In conclusion, I will suggest that the impact of the movement lies in its generation of new sense of temporality, one that replaced the Soviet myth of the future with an ethno-nationalist myth of the past, elevated as a sacred ideal of collective identity. So a few words about institutions of Soviet krajevedinė. The institutional base of the ethnographic movement in late Soviet Lithuania was established in the late 1950s through the restoration of local area studies, as I mentioned, known as kraštotyra in Lithuanian and krajevedinė in Russian. Repressed under Stalin, restored under Khrushchev, in a bid to revitalize communist ideology, local area studies had a long history in the region dating to the late 19th century, and it had been associated with quite diverse political projects. This portentous legacy would flourish in late socialism in Lithuania and elsewhere in the Soviet Union by fostering a new old sense of temporality in which sacrality was seen to reside in the national past rather than the future establishment of communism. Just quickly to remind that in the Russian Empire, krajevedinė originated from the pre-revolutionary practice of school excursions and went hand in hand with the popularization on what in Russian was called rodinovedinė, amateur homeland studies, in German Heimatkunde. A fusion of krajevedinė and rodinovedinė, homeland studies became an important grammar school subject at the beginning of the 20th century and was sometimes associated with episodes of national unrest. After the October Revolution, the fragile Soviet regime sought to capitalize on nationalist sentiment, promoting krajevedinė as an element of the broader indigenization policy of korenizacija or indigenization. The movement grew steadily in the early 1920s, but the party leadership eventually came to associate it with regional separatism, prompting a wave of suppression of krajevedinė activists. It was not until the late 1950s, after Stalin's death, that krajevedinė was rehabilitated and used to stimulate a new, more grassroots form of Soviet patriotism under Khrushchev. To consolidate Soviet society after the crisis of his secret speech, Khrushchev called for establishment of social movements that would help to fight the regime's crisis of credibility and at the same time reinforce a sense of socialist democracy and the people's state. In this new Khrushchevian incarnation, krajevedinė or kraštotyra was at first limited to the development and dissemination of local history, including the musealization of local heritage, But in 1965, it expanded to include heritage conservation following the creation of VOOPIK, I will say, okay, VOOPIK, the All Russian Society for the Preservation of Historical and Cultural Monuments, or in Russian, Всероссийское общество охраны памятников истории культуры. In Lithuania, the inventory, conservation, protection, and ritualized inauguration of monuments now fell under the jurisdiction of Kraštotyra institutions. Kraštotyra was reconstituted as a scientific discipline focused on the research of small ethnographic entities that often corresponded to the size of the village. Over time, this network of new clubs and schools, universities, factories turned Kraštotyra into a social movement. Due to urbanization in the 50s and the 60s, the Kraštotyra city clubs and sections were joined by an entire generation of students or other young people who recently moved from the village to the city. They infused club activities with their own experience, identity, and nostalgia for the village they just left behind. They went through this process of internal migration. These clubs popularized regional expeditions that over time developed into social rituals of collective self-discovery and transformation. So here it is important to look at the continuities with interwar period of nation building and interwar ambitions of nation building. Indeed, the Khrushchevian restoration of Kraštotyra was marked by strong continuities with earlier waves of nation-building activism. In the independent interwar Republic of Lithuania, Kraštotyra was seen as a critical tool of nation-building through which the heritage of the past would be awakened to form the Lithuanian nation. In his article on the museums of Kraštotyra in interwar period, Dangiras Mačiulis, our colleague here, a great scholar, one of my favorite scholars, and expert on interwar period, argues that there were 15 Kraštotyra museums founded in independent Lithuania during the interwar period. But Dangiras points out that the documents only from 2 museums actually survive. I will talk about these gentlemen just in a second, so they are not here for nothing. So he argues that one of the ambitions of Kraštotyrininkai, or this Kraštotyra movement, was, I quote, to preserve and cultivate ethnic identity, seeing it as the main guarantee of the survival and future of the nation. Mačiulis argues that this was the platform for the dissemination of narratives that would tell the history of the Lithuanian state and nation, and would preserve it as collective memory and would circulate as collective memory. So educational component is very important. So it was also meant to teach the young, to awaken patriotism, to inspire activism, promote national consciousness, and so forth. And it went beyond the activity of these museums and debates of Kraštotyrininkai. In 1935, there was this social initiative to announce the days of bygone years. I translated in Lithuanian Senovės dienos. Actually, the first time it took place was in Merkinė, in Dzūkija area, and it was an attempt to draw attention to this, to the value of this mythologized in a way past, but also at the same time to encourage the population to search for archaic farming tools, clothing, ornaments, and to take them out from the ethics and display them at local expositions. Also, during that time, there were initiatives to perform the traditional, authentic rites of the farmers, like wedding rites and such. Oh my God, 10 minutes. Okay, thanks. I hope I will manage. So basically, the idea that to establish a place where collective memory would be cultivated and transmitted from one generation to the next. Now, I won't go into great detail, but there were a number of people who really were very important for the debates, for the interwar debates. One of the ambition was to build an open-air museum, kind of Skansen-type open-air museum. And these gentlemen there were extremely important in these debates. The very famous kraštotyrininkai in Lithuanian context, Feliksas Bugailiškis, Paulius Galūnė, Vytautas Landsbergis Žemkalnis. And very interestingly, looking at the foundation of these kraštotyra institutions, some key examples, one can see the continuities from the interwar to this period precisely through their biographies and their presence. So now let's go to the late Soviet period. So while there was an intent to establish a Skansen-type museum in Lithuania between the wars, the promoters of the idea were not able to secure funding, and there were other obstacles, so it was not done. And so then there was a decision to establish a open-air museum at Rumšiškės. And so in the first slide, as most of us know, it was not, if you could go back one slide to see, it was not a typically, nothing unique for Lithuania. It was a part of the kind of general policy in the USSR. You see this expedition there. I think it's people who are actually involved in creation of open-air museum in Lithuania, traveling to Georgia or to other brotherly republics to exchange experience and to communicate, to interact. In any case, the decision to establish a museum at a location called Rumšiškės was made in 1965, and then eventually in early 70s, in 1974, the museum was open, and the idea was to gather village homesteads from different ethnographic regions of Lithuania to recreate the archaic Lithuanian village and the way of life of simple, ordinary farmers. And of course, with the also political message that the progress was supposed to be seen, that this would portray the development of a Soviet village and the progress and so forth, also with that with that intent, obviously. So in time, entire neighborhoods containing up to 5 houses were moved and placed in a 195-hectare space, making the Lithuanian Ethnographic Museum one of the largest in Europe. And the interesting part of it was also this immersive experience. Visitors were engaged in traditional handcrafts, weaving, beekeeping, making and eating traditional foods and so forth. So basically, to immerse in this resting milieu and be transported to the realm of lost authenticity and kind of themselves to be transformed. We can go to the next, precisely to the slide. What is really interesting is actually who was involved in creating these museums, their biographies. So to the left-hand side, you see a long-term head of the museum from 1966 to 1988 called Vytautas Stanikūnas. And he himself, his family was actually deported. He comes from the family of long-term Lithuanian kind of activists, national activists. In the middle, you see his father, Juozas Stanikūnas, and his pen name, a poet, and the Lithuanian activist, book smuggler, yes, I follow. It basically was very actively involved in promoting Lithuanian, so Lithuanian national movement at the beginning of the century, was also involved in so-called barn theater that was to spread the Lithuanian spirit and Lithuanian culture among the population. And father Juozas Stanikūnas was deported, and the entire family went then into hiding and were migrating in Lithuania for a long time. They were trying to escape the repressions. So the father was rehabilitated in 1956, and the son, interestingly enough, who then came out of hiding, was a teacher in Biržai, then he became the head of the museum in 1966. And it's interesting when you look at their networks, you see this interesting connection of deportees and political prisoners. So we see the photo of Clemensis Čerbulėnas, who was very actively involved in the ethnographic movement during the interwar period, was interested in crosses, actually did research on crosses and various items, farmers, household items, and then eventually was also active in debates and was actually publishing and promoting this idea of an open air museum as this kind of a place of Lithuanian efforts during Nazi occupation. For example, one can find his publications in the newspaper in Laisvė in 1941, and afterwards also was repressed. The family was repressed and then came back and emerged in this function as one of the kind of influential personalities of kraštotyrų movements. If we could, and there are many others actually, I just read an example. So this Rumšiškės village museum, or Liaudies buities muziejus, as the title was given in the Soviet times, is one example. Another interesting example of kind of the outcome of this ethnographic or kraštotyrų movement was this case. It's a kind of a memory place to commemorate destroyed Lithuanian village of Ablinga. Where did I write? 1 second, I have the exact, just 1 second about Ablinga. I wanted to give the exact, that's right, yes, sorry. So Ablinga is an ensemble of 30 oak sculptures which were erected in 1972 to the memory of a Lithuanian village that was burned by the Nazis in 1941. And it really provides an example of how the ethnographic movement transformed a key narrative of Lithuanian ideology, associating the trauma of war with a more general trauma suffered by the Lithuanian nation. Notably, most of the artists that were involved in this collective work were former anti-Soviet political prisoners who had been rehabilitated and allowed to come back to Lithuania in the mid-50s. And the gentleman whom you see there, his name is Vytautas Majoras. He is a former political prisoner and anti-Soviet partisan. He actually initiated the creation of this ensemble in Ablinga. He was deported imprisoned in 1947, returned in 1955. And what is interesting, there is a film made about him actually by Latvian state television, I think in 1992, where he talks about already, Lithuania is independent, where he talks about what initiative he wanted to make there. He talks about his ensemble. So he actually gathered a rather large group of these folk artists who were either deportees or political prisoners. And he says that his main goal, that's 1972, was basically to do something for Lithuania. And so they got together. As he says, I will cite, he says, we got together there, we spent time talking, singing, spontaneously creating some kind of memoryscape. So basically this was, so under this kind of memory site of World War II, they created the monument to the trauma of war as a site of ethnic Lithuanian memory. And there are other people involved in it. I just don't have time to go over it. I will skip one small part about various kinds of performative actions that are associated with this kraštotyrų movement, and I will go to conclusions. So I will quickly read the conclusions. You don't need to write 1 minute because I really will be done in one, and that's it. So conclusions. In the interwar Republic of Independent Lithuania, kraštotyrų was seen as a tool of nation building through which the heritage of the past would be awakened to form the Lithuanian nation. In the post-Stalin era, the ethnographic movement would paradoxically foster a sense of estrangement from Soviet culture, raising the mythological part of the past, mythological past of the archaic village as the highest form of authenticity and portraying the Soviet present as a type of decay. Over time, the ethnographic movement gained a pronounced performative dimension aimed at individual and collective transformation with a vague political meaning, but a powerful emotional effect. By the late 1980s, the performative and ritualistic invocation of Lithuania's past had become so common that Mikhail Gorbachev's glasnost had the effect of facilitating a wholesale transfer of sacrality from the imagined Soviet future to the imagined ethnic past. So as Alexei Yurchak has pointed out, the free discussion that glasnost allowed made it possible to question the master narratives and sacred center that underpin the Soviet Union's symbolic universe. So in other words, Soviets wanted ethnography to reinforce a myth of socialist progress, but as it happened, the ethnographic movement reinforced a different sense of temporality and a different collective memory. And the last segment, absolutely the last. Of course, the memory of the ethnographic movement also involved a degree of forgetting. So the limitations and exclusions of the collective memory that developed in late Soviet Lithuania is evident when we consider, for example, the actual history in the town of Rumšiškės. Before World War II, Rumšiškės was a market town with a population of approximately 1,000, a typical town for a typical East European market town, and the houses and buildings clustered in the center belonged to Jewish residents. They referred to the shtetl as Rumšišok, and they numbered about 300 before the outbreak of the war. The recreation of Rumšiškės as a museum was focused on preserving the heritage of the ethnographic Lithuanian homestead, and it obscured the multicultural, multi-ethnic heritage of Lithuanian market towns, where Jews typically comprised between 20 and 70% of the population, and in general, multi-ethnic presence. So following Jeremy Smith's comparison of Soviet nationalities policy with the Brezhnev doctrine towards the Soviet bloc, I suggest that while this transformation of temporalities would eventually have strong political implications in its impact on collective identity, it did not cross any political red lines set down by the Soviet center, because it was very difficult to distinguish, looking from outside, from the analogous cultural processes in Soviet Russia. While the debate over whether ethnography under late socialism in Lithuania served the cause of nation building, in the periphery of Soviet nationalities policy emanating from Moscow center, it is clear that all parties to the negotiations were operating within a similar, perhaps even bonding, ethnocentric worldview. Sorry for reading so fast. I really tried.
Yes, so I'll just open the floor to questions and comments. Yes, please.
I would have two questions. One would be for Igor and another one for Violetta. I hope Igor can hear us.
Yes.
Hi, Igor. This is Thomas. I hope you recognize me. The question is, when you describe this policy of nationalization of Moldavian functionaries being moved up and they're replacing Russians, is there in this process any space for national minorities in Moldavia, for people who are not of Moldavian background, but who are treated, you know, as also as who are entitled, you know, to receive these positions? So, for example, where do you place Ukrainians in this hierarchy? Are they treated as Russians, or they actually can get these new jobs? So my question is about the position of other non-titular nationalities in this process. And the question for Violetta would be, I'm really amazed, you know, that the former deportees, people like you described,
Vytautas Majoras.
how are they allowed to participate in this creation of national memorial in Aplinka, like, is it very well kind of supported position by the local Communist Party? Why did he have this green light suddenly to create these monuments that potentially can be disruptive for the Soviet system?
Monuments, this disruptive?
I mean, in the case of Aplinka,
Monuments, I doubt it would be this disruptive for.
but it was seen as a kind of national project, not a local one, if I understood correctly.
Yes.
And you have people who were just recently rehabilitated, they came back and they're given green light to participate in these projects. So I wonder, do you have anything to say about the official position, why they select specifically those people, not others, to create these memorials?
Perhaps it went through these creative organizations. They were members of these creative organizations who carved the sculptures. Yes, that's why.
Well, but that's one explanation. Anyway, so maybe we should give the floor to
Igor, please. We can hear you.
Don't hear.
Okay.
Good.
Hi, Thomas. Yes, of course, I remember you a bit. How can one forget 6 months in Stanford? Let me answer to your question. Yes, it's a very good question. Thanks for that. Actually, what is interesting is that in late Stalinism until 1953, there is a tendency to show from the part of the Republican Party and state organs in their reports to Moscow, especially because they were asked in terms of promoting Moldavian cadres. Yes, and you have this approach, which I can coin it as, you know, having a very inclusive understanding of what means Moldavians. So when they asked by Moscow, do you promote Moldavians cards? They say yes, but you see the names, and they are not Moldavians actually. Most of them are not Moldavians. So they use that коренные люди из Moldavia. Yes, and so they use a kind of civic, not ethnic dimension in this report. And what we have after 1953. It's an invitation to let's say to promote Moldavians, ethnically Moldavians, yes, especially people speaking Romanian, yes, Moldavian, as it was accepted at that time. It was you know very well, it was a taboo to say Moldavian language is Romanian, and you know, to say anything that, you know, that Moldovans are close to Romanians at all. So it was a specific nationality policy there to create a separate nation, and that's why they prohibited Latin language, Latin alphabet, yes, as a kind of identity marker, to not let Moldavians be connected with Romanians, you know, because, you know, the Latin, the Cyrillic alphabet has this role in let's say in creating a new nationality in Soviet Moldavia. And I remember in 1948 there was a decision in Moscow, interesting, yes, as a result of the petition from the state university in Chisinau. They asked for doctoral places, yes, the stipends for Moldovans in Moscow, yes, and they accepted. Moscow accepted, saying only for Moldavians, yes, for promoting affirmative action, yes, for Moldavians. But actually, this did not happen. They used also this kind of inclusive concept of Moldavians, including minorities that has been born in Moldova. And Ukrainians, Ukraine is interesting. They were perceived as part of Russians as well. So they are not perceived as separately, as minority. So no problem now, we support Ukraine, no problem about that. But truth should be said, they were, and especially after 54, Crimea, and Khrushchev upgrading them, the Ukrainians, as the second big brother. And yes, so this is interesting with the Ukrainian history, that they suffered the most during the Holodomor and so on and so on, but also after Stalin they had been promoted. And Saulis know very well, most of the second secretary, the vice governors, as he called them, were usually Ukrainians, Russians or Ukrainians.
Okay, yes. It's an extremely interesting story. I think it's not fully known. In general, the scope of involvement or the networks, the kind of continuities, the connections between people, not only Vytautas Majoras and his circle, political prisoners, deportees, but also people like Landsbergis Žemkalnis and Galūnė, how were they kind of allowed to have so much influence? But from what I can tell with the Ablinga case, it's true, Nerija was right, that in fact Vytautas Majoras was very important for the local kind of tautodailės draugija. He was the head of tautodailės draugija, right? But I think by then, like by the early 70s, to build a monument or make a memory place, this completely ethnicized kind of space for the memory, to commemorate the trauma of World War II, was kind of acceptable, right? And it's quite clear, at least from what I read and from the multiple interviews that I listened to by Vytautas Majoras, for him there was no difference, Soviet, non-Soviet, like he was building a monument to the place of ethnic Lithuanian suffering. It was the place of Lithuanian, martyrdom, right? And so it was Ablinga, okay? It was part of this, also kind of propaganda narrative of World War II. But at the same time, it seemed that was kind of completely appropriated. For them, there is no contradiction whatsoever. Now, how these people came to such powerful positions in Kraštotyra movement and even in Rumšiškės museum, why Stanikūnas? Why these other people? I think this networking is very important. Stanikūnas and others point out that they got a lot of support from the Ministry of Culture, where there are quite a few people from their circle, people like Glamža, who also came from the old circles of basically Lithuanian national activists, right? And they were promoted. And I think got quite a bit of support from part of the nomenclatura. And so this network was strong. They had this kind of the same vision, from what I understand.
In case of Stanikūnas, also connection with Brazauskas.
Oh yes, of course, yes.
From Kaišėdovas, and I read Stanikūnas article, memories. So he puts that maybe and for Brazauskas, support
because Brazauskas was at the time responsible for Rumšiškės, and he tried to promote people who were professionals in Stanikūnas before that. He had already experience in these kinds of things. He was in one of the museums. He was so it's a little bit against this thesis of one kind of network. You had to have because Rumšiškės was established, of course, in the decision of the Lithuanian Communist Administration, and Brazauskas was responsible for that. So I think that these are more complicated picture than that.
Then what?
Then simply networks of deportees and prisoners, and that we are promoting into the important traditions. Because Stanikunas, he didn't do any political, any politics. He just was a very, very good organizer and a professional. I think that was why, because in Lithuania it was very important to have professionals in these places. So I would argue with this thesis of this one-sided network, because there was also, they were approved into these positions by the Communist Party. But I wanted to see one remark about Rumšiškės. Do you know that at one of the first projects of Rumšiškės, there was a synagogue planned to establish?
Yes, of course I do, but that's so what, nothing really was established for the, longest time only.
No, because it was after that it was decided to centralize ethnically centralized.
Right, but I think it really does not, it would be hard to argue that it was not focused on the representation of ethnic Lithuanian village, like
nobody argues on that.
Hard to argue.
Michael, please. Sorry, it was Michael who wanted to intervene with a question, I think.
Just for Igor, if you can hear me.
Yes, Mike, yeah.
Yeah, so, great to hear about this, Igor, and of course, I was myself talking about it in Latvian context yesterday, and about various new courses. So I just want to ask if you think that after the fall of barrier, did any of this indigenization survive, in your opinion, in any way? These policies. I know that, for example, it's interesting that Gladky certainly was not in any way really punished, because he was became second secretary as well for some time afterwards. So it wasn't like he was really strongly demoted.
It's as I said, even though Beria was arrested and then executed in late 1953, the genie was out of the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Khrushchev and others were obliged to acknowledge, let's say, the exaggerated promises that Beria made to the non-Russians. But how the situation evolves after that, it's more complicated. For instance, you have at the level of let's say what we call the rehabilitation of Romanian classics writers, and making Moldavian closer to Romanian vocabulary, and then so on and so on and so on. We have a very, very interesting evolution here in the next years, up to 56, 57, 8 even. So we have I would say even we have a prolonged ottepel up to Prague Spring, actually. Which I call kind of let's say quiet national revolution at the level of reframing the Soviet nationality policy in Soviet Moldavia. So basically, you don't have officially recognizing that the policy changed, but in terms of the content, for instance, you can see the Romanization of the vocabulary, the republication of books by Romanian classic writers from Romania, but in Cyrillic, yes. At the same time, and you know very well, Serdiuk is named in 54. So this critique of Gladky has consequences, and Serdiuk is sent in 54 by Khrushchev, partially also as a result of this report by Malin and Kabarin, that Gladky is nationalist, and then so on and so on and so on. I told you, Mike, that it was surprisingly to learn from you that you found in Moscow archives the idea that in 61 Serdiuk was demoted on charges of nationalism, which is very interesting. It's an invitation to look closer. I think it was a rubber stamp charge and used in this case, at least in this case, used very arbitrarily. So I think so you have different kind of evolutions. In reality, you have the impact of barriers on cultural front, let's say, on the vocabulary, on the making Moldavian closer to Romanian literary languages. You have circulation of Romanian books in Moldova. It's not a problem in this period. Even students in mid-60s are using Romanian books officially in the classrooms. Official dictionaries, Romanian, Russian dictionaries in the classroom, published in dictionaries published in Romania, in Latin alphabet, even though the Latin alphabet was officially prohibited in Moldova. But at the cadres level, the top level, you have Serdiuk as an Ukrainian, so it's against various, let's say, promises that the first secretary would be of titular nationality. And you have 61 Bodiu coming as Moldavian, but we know that he was only by passport, as in Baltic states, you know, the so-called Russian Estonians, Russian Latvians promoted. Yes, they were only by passport of titular nationality, but really they were representing the great Russian nationalism in the Republic.
Yes. Thank you, Igor. So I think that our time, unfortunately, is already over, but we have now another coffee break, and we will be back in some 10-15 minutes for a discussion, making a publication, approaches, questions, and timelines. So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And I think we want to do two things. One is to have a little bit of time to continue the discussion from yesterday evening or afternoon, which was kind of cut short. And I'm sorry, Ronald Sumi hasn't been able to join us today, but I don't blame him at all, because I suppose it's still kind of 5 in the morning or something there. So so we'll try and keep it quite quick, but I wanted to start with a few months, and then we'll cut that off. I said half an hour, but perhaps it can be less than that. So then perhaps we'll turn to Saulius to talk about publications, future plans, whatever. So I just wanted to, yeah, kind of in response to Ron's comments and some of the other discussion that was going on, to kind of, and my thoughts have been developing all the time. And I've wavered over the last couple of days, but in the end, I kind of, you know, I'm more convinced than before that I'm right. So, I mean, I think the starting point, we haven't discussed a definition of policy. I don't think we need to have a very sophisticated one, but, you know, we talk about what I've written down here, a set of principles or aims which influence or affect actions or practices. That seems to me a fair definition of policy. And in this context, we're talking about Soviet policy. There also needs to be a certain level of consistency, not an absolute level of consistency, but it needs to apply across the republics of the Soviet Union to a certain extent. And I was left, you know, and I was trying to find yesterday either one of the practices or one of the principles that Soviet nationality policy is supposed to be, and I'm still a bit unclear, and I think we get, perhaps one of the problems, we get different versions from different authors, and perhaps in the article I'm kind of picking up the wrong authors, and that would be perhaps a valid criticism, but I'm still, you know, unclear. I mean, the things that have come up yesterday in particular is affirmative action in the appointment of cadres, which I'll come back to, entitled nationality, as we now call it, which I think is a very good phrase. And Ron was talking about respect for national difference and so on, which I think is another part of it, which is more kind of cultural respect or deriving from cultural autonomy. I was going to go into that, but I think without Ron here, perhaps I don't need to. I mean, the thing with that, you know, which is, I would say, the Leninist nationality policy, and this is mostly what's being referred to when groups or individuals appeal to the Leninist nationality policy. It is actually about small minorities and their rights, and mostly non-territorial rights as well. These are most of the instances I've come across, and it is kind of Austro-Marxism. It is cultural self-determination, if you like, which, as I argued in my first book, actually, and there's a whole chapter on it, is incorporated by the Bolsheviks soon after the revolution. But I won't go into that. But to take the other thing, so entitled nationality, this clearly exists. It's an advantage to be a member of a titular nationality in the Republic. Although there are some problems with that, or there are some complexities to that. This also, in most cases, I think most of the time, applies to Russians. So as well as the titular nationality, Russians are also entitled in most places, most of the time. I mean, there's also, you know, and I'll ask this to, or Tim will correct me if I'm wrong, but when, you know, when Berier's in charge in the Caucasus, being Mingrelian gives you an advantage over being Georgian. And Ricardo will correct me if I'm wrong, but in late Soviet Central Asia, again, at certain times in certain places, being a member of a particular clan gives you an entitlement beyond being, you know, what being a member of a nationality here. So I think this makes, you know, the whole idea of entitlement can be looked at in a different way, which is that, or link this back to the point of Cadis, which is that you have a leadership in place, they promote, appoint the people they want to, and you know, this doesn't just happen in the Soviet Union. This is 20th century Europe or Asia or whatever. You know, you appoint the people who you feel some kind of affiliation to. There are two periods when there's a very clear intervention from the centre in cadre policies. One is the 1930s, or beginning in 1928, when Stalin, you know, purges the Crimeans, the Ukrainians, all the other. And that's a complete kind of reversal in terms of the ethnic composition of leaderships throughout the Soviet Union. And that kind of, you know, I mean, this is where Stalin's purges start, and it kind of, you know, the terror starts really in 1928 in Crimea and extends then. And then the other exception the other exceptional intervention is 1953, which Michael talked about yesterday, which other people, Igor and others, have referred to today, where there's a very clear direction from the centre to alter the ethnic composition of cadres. But at other times, you know, and again, if we'd say it's a policy, and this came up yesterday, if different things are happening at the same time, or different policies appear to be pursued at the same time in Latvia and Lithuania and Estonia, let alone comparison with what's going on in other parts of the Soviet Union, this is not a Soviet policy. There are separate policies going on. So I think it's, you know, there's another way of kind of looking at it, and without going into any detail, but in his book Revenge of the Past, Ronald Suni uses this term national mafias, which I've always loved. I love it even more now, because I think this has a lot of value in understanding the dynamics of what is going on in the Soviet republics, and the process of negotiation. Because then you have these national mafias, however they get to control, which is in most cases I don't really know how they rise to power, and that's something that hasn't been researched very much in many cases, apart from the very early Soviet period. So you have these national mafias who might be associated with a clan, they might be associated just with a nationality or a sub-nationality or whatever. They promote their own people, and they negotiate with the centre the limits of their own authority. And that's and there are various, you know, I won't go into, but I think there are various forms that negotiation can take. So this is kind of my argument at the moment, and I will rest my case and let you all shoot me down, and yeah.
Thank you, Jeremy. And I think we should adopt a resolution, kind of resolutions, like указать профессору Смит исправить свою статью на European Studies на базе состоявшихся дискуссий. Okay, okay. Colleagues, I like this discussion. This symposium, I think, is among most the best among symposiums, and I see very high cohesion among papers. Yes, and all papers are very interrelated, and Ron's also suggestions and comments are very persuasive and very accurate. And I would think that it gives us possibility to think about publication and say special issue. Because as I said yesterday, we made Lithuanian historical studies one issue. We published recently this volume, yes, so published by Routledge. So, and now it's time for another round, yes, to make publication, to make special issue, and this idea comes from Tim. So Tim, could you elaborate say more about this idea? So where
about publication, or
about publication, about how you see these things. So is it a possibility, and how this topic, perspective of this topic of nationality policy?
Right. Well, in the most basic sense, it really simply is a response to Jeremy's article. The questions, it's exactly the opportunities to both discuss in more detail what exactly nationalities policy is, how it's interpreted, and also to present the context in which cases can be shown to respond. In my particular case, the article that I talked about yesterday is actually one that I had prepared as a chapter when I was thinking about writing a book that covered the whole Soviet period of Asia. And I wasn't quite sure what to do with it, but Jeremy's thinking of the great context. So where we go from here, though, I clearly see there is a possibility for a special issue. I'm not sure how much so many of the other papers are responding in such a direct way as mine does to Jeremy's theses.
And I think all papers are very original, yes, so quite new topic, covering quite new topics. So, because I follow, I would say, your works and on friendship, yes, so sounds very, very particular. So.
Would it be possible then to respond to that?
Yes. So having this, yes, so because this is like just form. This is just like form. Discussing, say, about technical issue, so what we are going to do with publications, but having in mind Jeremy's response.
But what I would want to say in that chapter, would add an additional insight. But again, and I've said a lot of it yesterday, but I do think that and what I am convinced of is that we need a very minimal definition of what nationality policy is, and it cannot be an expansive framework to explain it nationality policy. But it does seem to me that there is, even if you take, again, just those basic elements of Soviet nationality policy, is and was from the very beginning. That is this idea of, basically, it's a response to the national question. And how do we deal with nationalism? And the answer is, we are going to try to depoliticize it. We're going to give to nationalists those things that they would otherwise aspire to, so that they don't need to. And we're going to depoliticize it out. So it comes out to be the form of a territory, the form of national, the dances and the folk songs, and preferential treatment within your. So we're going to try to depoliticize it. That means the ultimate response is that it has the opposite effect, obviously, that it in fact, through trying to depoliticize those things which are foreign and non-political, politicizes them. Because one of the inevitable results of this is that national identity becomes a criteria upon which things are distributed in who gets what, right? Which is ultimately the essence of politics, is who gets what. And it creates, through ethno-federalism, a hierarchy. Because some republics are bigger than others and have more resources, and some are favored, some are less favored. So they are in a constant kind of competition with one another, and they understand this. And therefore, I think that's why I get to Michael's question to me at the end of the last session, is the things that we're talking about are cultural things, are things that the Soviets consider to be foreign, but those things exactly become political, and they become the arena of political competition. Why, in the Abkhazian case, are we arguing about toponyms, about ethnography, the etymology of toponyms? It's because exactly that reflects the position in the competition. If you look at the polemics of the late Soviet period, especially between Georgia and Abkhazia, between Azerbaijan and Armenia, saying we have 3 dance ensembles, or we have 1 dance ensemble, they have 3. They have a TV tower, we just have a radio. Why are they arguing about that? It's because those are exactly, they're not politicized. That's a unique understanding. So I think those things, there are those very basic things that are continuous, that exist throughout the Soviet period. They're emphasized at some points, they're de-emphasized at some others. I don't agree that like kolonizacja only exists in the 20s and it's back briefly. It's there all along, just in different forms of emphasis with these. And it has these really serious consequences for, again, for shaping the arena of political conflict. It doesn't replace politics. It's not politics by definition. Politics are still there. It sets the context for the way that they play out. And it sets the basis then for post-Soviet politics, because it creates institutions in which these things take place, all these academics and the form and structure. And you can then take it to the Svante Cornell argument about why ethnic conflict, separatist conflict breaks out, is more likely to break out in places that have autonomous republics, because they have physical institutions of government that can then be the basis for separatist movements. But it also, I think this, I've been very heavily influenced by the political scientist Philip Berger, who was writing in the late 1980s, still writes. He was part of the sort of new institutionalist movement in the late 1980s in science, to see how institutions shape politics. And he wrote a really famous article in the World Politics around that, about mobilization of resources and the way that nationalities policies set up a system in which the center is deputizing titular nationalities in their republics, giving them these institutions and control of these institutions, in which they basically can define the content of nationality, which again then becomes politicized. But then they are able to mobilize those resources to get things from the center. That's really what he's talking about. I think that gets into the special center. And you see this happening, especially at the end of this. They're sort of beefing up national. They're because they have control of the media, the local media, the press, the historical texts. They can get people out into the street. They can mobilize nationals and then say to the center, "You don't give me resources. You don't give me what I want. We can't control it." And that's exactly what Centre-Periphery was doing in 1978 with this language mobilizing and say, "Well, you have to make concessions." So. It's clearly something that exists. It's something that sets the framework of politics, and therefore, in that regard, is an important facet. And again, the only thing I criticize, I guess, is the same thing that Sunni criticizes, which is more extreme version to say this term is useless, and not only is it useless, but it's deceiving. I think it's there. It is useful, but it has to be useful in context and useful in specific conditions. Okay.
I mean, I'd love it if you'd write this down, Tim, because it's, this is the clearest kind of, explanation of nationality policy I've actually heard for a while. And I think it, I still, we can agree to disagree, but I think now I kind of feel there's much more of a debate to be had. So yeah, thanks for your contribution. I won't go into it now, but we'll have opportunities either in the volume or somewhere else, yeah.
Sorry, I just didn't understand the point of why this as a depoliticized dimension. Why depoliticized?
I think that's the goal of the Bolsheviks, because they look at the situation where you have 19th century rising nationalism, you have empires collapsing. It's the same problem that they're facing with their side, self-determination. How do we deal with this rising nationalism?
Undermine the nationalists. That's what it means. So you take it from the. So you say that they want this.
Yeah, but it's
the opposite.
This is a
Yeah, but that's what he said. That's what he said.
curious, would you agree with Martin's perspective in this case?
Generally speaking, yes.
Well, one thing that one of the concepts that were popping out and that we were all playing in these days is about the wording negotiations. So I think that one of the ways that we can intend the special issues again is the evolution of the center-periphery relations and how this kind of policy is a matter of negotiation between these republics and the center. This might be a topic that maybe we could explore in a nationality papers. I don't know, in the publication that we could together, but I'm very happy if you want to point on a special issues that I think would be valuable.
Let me just say that. Let me just say very quickly that I think that that's a good point. I think nationality papers, by the way, are quite hostile to history articles in general, certainly. And I think perhaps as you know, but going under the umbrella of central-periphery relationship, with renegotiation or in evolution, is more likely to capture everything because, as Tim already pointed out, very few of our, just practically speaking, very few of what was said over the last 2 days was a direct response. And I made my own remarks about Jeremy's thing from reading his article, and then it was separate from my presentation. But regarding publication, just to point out some of the slight problems would be that well, for me personally, I mean, Igor obviously changed his topic and is now doing the exact same thing that I presented on, which is not a problem because I also could not publish that anyway. Because I already published it in European studies some years ago, so this is not something I can contribute, because it's already been published. And then the other thing is also, I would just strongly recommend not Abramovich, if you want it to actually be read, it would be my personal opinion. But anyway, but if it was about the central relationship, there are other ways to, for people to contribute to themselves.
Just that one thing, the special editions editor at National.
Okay, well, that's good to know. That makes all the difference. I can show that.
What have you got on him, Tim?
Yeah, perhaps some.
Does he owe you? She, sorry.
Some still listen to us, but that's great. I mean, it would be ideal. Maybe they'd be more interested in this. And then the other thing is, just point. Because we're discussing two things in parallel, which is one, a publication, and two, the sort of commentary from yesterday by Ron, which is that, I've always, I want to, and I didn't get a chance to say it yesterday because we broke up the meeting, but, I've always tried and strive in my work to demonstrate how, with evidence, Soviet republics had the agency to negotiate with the centre. And I really strongly believe that that was possible, there was possibility to influence, and that it was, this totalitarian paradigm is very out of date in this idea that there was no ability to fight, to push back. And I think there's plenty of examples of that.
It is interesting, if we take apparatus, party apparatus, you know that this Department of Nationality, yes, matters was established only in the late 80s, I think in 89, yes, or even in 90s. Department, special department for nationality issues. But I started to think which department could be ascribed to this and follow these issues. Of course, I think this is organizational party work department. Yeah, so, and not ideological one, and perhaps ideology and agitation and propaganda also, yes. So and yeah, so
and a lot of bits, education.
Yeah. So this is interesting how more. So I see kind of policy not to talk about and how to say, localized problems. But and not because, and this perhaps this idea just came to my mind that perhaps that created possibility of negotiation. So because Moscow, became not very active in this sphere, just it acted through, informally, through cadre policy, yes, saying cadre policy, just say, so this guy, this person, this functionary is too much nationalist. And the second secretary supervised these things in all Soviet republics. And I remember how Karazov, who was the second secretary in Lithuania, said, he told me the story, this interview was about appointing of the first secretary of Lithuania. Yes, so like after Sniečka's death, and he started, this is too much nationalistic, so he was not clear. So and they were very sensitive. And of course, this is, this second secretary was not sent not by ideological department, propaganda, but from the organizational party world. So it was like, not very official policy, and this made, I think, possibility to institutions in the republic to intervene, to go, to present their own agenda. Of course, not formal, but in a very informal way, to start to play in a very informal way, because so I agree with Jeremy that sometimes and very often situation wasn't very clear in this nationality questions. So it was clear, but very large, how to say, concept and opportunities to take one concept or another one. So one term notion, say, дружба народов, or perhaps already we're ready to сближение. And I see some waves, you can see some waves and these waves depended on political situation, on leader, yes, because Khrushchev or Brezhnev, how he felt, did they need support from Soviet republics, or he is stable and feel very safely in his positions. So I would think that this topic of Constitution 1977 would be very interesting. So how Soviet adapted, and I know and I see that already in 1977. So Soviet Union was like ready to delete this nationalities, yes, question itself, and even during Andropov, they started to think about abolish national republics. So it's like to make the particularization, like in France and other countries, just enough for Soviet republics. So our imagination is, that's today, but so we had Soviet Union, and from time perspective, we can say that yes, you see that Soviet Union didn't have plans to abolish, to destroy Soviet republics. Yes, so it was like stable. All Soviet republics were stable and operate 15 Soviet republics. But how about Karelia? Yes, it disappeared in 50s. And how about borders? And these borders sometimes were moved. Yes, so during Soviet times even. So it was, I see, like like competition, and always I like this word, negotiations. So to keep these republics and convince Moscow and other institutions that we need such structure as Soviet republics. So to keep it institutionalized. So it's yes, my such impression, and I think we have a little bit two different perspective from, if we take from, say, from Moscow, yes. So you can see that nothing happening starting from 20s, 30s. But if you take position from Soviet republics, from Lithuania, so you can see clear fear from Latvia, from Lithuania, about disappearance, disappearing of nationality, titular nation, disappearing. Take Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan became the fourth Slavic republic, yeah? So it's not Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. And you see already in 1986, who? Gorbachev introduced new cadre policy. He sent Goldman, ex-second secretary of Georgia, from Georgia, to Kazakhstan to take this position of first secretary. This sounds like nonsense or return to Stalin's time, yes, so going back to Stalin's time. But you see always waves and you know, the situation always was changing. Yes, yes.
No, I just wanted to jump on this point. And what you were saying at the very beginning, I mean, to see from the perspective of the organizational department, it's something that I was crazy working on the late 70s and early 80s, because I was studying a purge, which was a lot of affair, so more than 50,000 people involved, a huge thing. In many pages I've seen of the organizational department, something that was managed by Ligashov, Mominichenko, Smirnov, and all these guys that were managing the capitalist policy. There was never a mention of national politics. Never. And so I was obsessed by searching for something against Uzbekistan or about Uzbekity or about, oh, those Uzbeks, we need Russians or whatever. It was completely informal, if there was, at that level. And then, as you said, at the end of the 80s, they discovered that nation existed and they disappeared. They are part of a problem. But I think that from an institutional perspective, they believe that they resolved the problem with the Constitution of '77. So also for a potential debate, I think that would be very valuable a contribution or anyway a reflection on what is the approach of the Central Committee in Moscow, which is completely different from the purges of the 60s, where we have a nationalism as a target, clearly. We don't have the 80s. They don't understand why Colvin is a problem. Why is a problem? He's a good guy. It's a friend of Brecht, of Gorbachev. Yeah,
Because my point on that, I actually had a note about this, is that Gorbachev was the first Soviet leader not to be part of this negotiation process with the republics, and he didn't understand it. And that's why he makes a mistake. I mean, there were people, you know, Shevardnadze should have been able to advise him, but I don't know if it was discussed in the Politburo or not, but he really didn't understand it because he didn't have that experience. But for the other Soviet leaders, there is this negotiation going on. I mean, you know, this doesn't rule out Soviet nationality policy, but this is a part of it. And this is what Gorbachev, he didn't have the experience, and therefore he didn't get it.
Yeah, Jeremy, but how about when Andropov, who introduced the thought about this policy to erase, to abolish the Soviet national republics and to go to the departmentalization here. And if we take Gorbachev was student cadre, he was like Andropov, yes, Andropov was his tutor.
Yeah, but whoever, I don't know who did it, but Andropov was restrained or he died. So I don't know the whole of that story, but it didn't happen. So, yeah, you know, somehow he saw better. Yeah.
I remember, I'm old enough to remember, somewhere in 77 or 78, a guy came from Moscow who delivered a lecture at the Academy of Science. And the idea was that this движение of народов, an important aspect of it is using of Russian language more and more. For example, if Chingiz Aytmatov writes in Russian, and he is famous and so, why Latvian writers also shouldn't turn to Russian to become more popular and so on and so on. Indeed, it wasn't received by public with much enthusiasm, I suppose. But I should say this idea in Moscow, it simmered for some time. Andropov's ideas were not just his ideas. In Brezhnev's times already they were developed. But the problem is that what still makes me uneasy, if we speak, if we say that republics had the agency, the problem is how this agency manifested itself. Were ethnic clashes an instrument of this agency? Maybe yes, like Pathakor case or Lithuanian mutinies and so on. As regards this language question, all those in Estonia and Latvia, in fact, I suppose in Lithuania too, so all those ideas of expanding, of using of Russian language in higher education and so on, to some extent they was sabotaged. There was sabotage of those ideas. Somehow they tried to prolong this process or somehow to modify it and so on. Wasn't an instrument. There's a problem. Perhaps it was discussed because I am afraid that there were not really were not much direct instruments, for example, from Central Committee of the Latvian Communist Party to the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party. But perhaps there were instruments which were somehow went through Ministry of Culture, through Ministries of Education, through just delaying and not fulfilling goals of Moscow and so on. Or through by threatening, through ethnic clashes or threatening with maybe this influence of bourgeois emigres and imperialist propaganda and such things. So this is a problem. I suppose that these negotiations, they should be very different things could be understood by the negotiations.
Not institutionalized negotiations.
Yes. The problem is if it was institutionalization, how it was, through which institutions really? What are those institutional mechanisms, how they should be delivered, the message of republic should be delivered to Moscow and accepted by Moscow, really.
It is perhaps we're speaking about these negotiations in very broad sense. And for example, there is a book of Zimanas. He was one of the strongest hardcore ideologists in Lithuania, and after all this discussion about Nazi, he wrote a book about national question of what was title of this book, and here because he had in a philosophical way he works on this term about Nationality. And he turns it somehow upside down, and he arguments that it is impossible, but perhaps sometime possible, and so on and so on. So he expresses, of course, the interests of local administration, of Lithuanian administration, but this case, would it be the case of negotiation? because it is already the interpretation of the term. It goes to a kind of hermeneutics that it takes a very specific form when you interpret the terms that are given from Moscow in a very interesting way that they take another meaning. And it was done also in Sniečka's speeches when he speaks about this friendship of people. So he gives quite a neutral examples about that we are friends with the Russian with the army that is in Lithuania, militaries. They go to schools, they speak with pupils. So it was presented as one kind of very strong demonstration of friendship for people. So it was always a kind of interpretation that you take these keywords presented by Moscow and you say that you present your understanding, but you suppose that you don't understand the another meanings that are imposed in Moscow. So perhaps it is also a kind of negotiations. I don't know when we take negotiations in a very broad sense, but it is not. It's more strategies to overcome some policies that were not accepted. Not accepted by local.
Mary, but why you should overcome? Because you have to follow. Just Moscow
Yes,
said
so
you have to
follow.
follow.
So you
But
follow.
you are overcoming. So this is kind of looking some way. So you have your particular view, yes, and you would like to you seek to overcome these things. So this is about we are talking about. Yes, so it's interesting. So if we take the approach criminologist, yes, totalitarian. So it was tried, Moscow said you implementing. Yeah, so but you see kind of play, local play, and this is very interesting.
But it is not negotiation.
Michael.
It's something, some different phenomenon.
A lot of us want to speak about this. Michael first, then me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so just to say come back to some points. One, about Karelia. I want to say it's often this example that's bandied around. The problem with the Karelian example is it's about and it's talked about like, oh God, the Russians have dissolved it, they're going to do this to us. But it's a nonsense, I argue, in my opinion, because Karelia was a fake republic that Stalin built so that he could annex Finland. And we all know this, and it hung around for 16 years because they didn't really know what to do with it. And the truth was that Karelia was always 90% Russian. So, and it also separated Murmansk Oblast from the rest of the RSFSR. So, which was not done, really. So, this was, I think it's an example of this kind of aberration. And when they got the opportunity, they got rid of it because it was there for just to make taking Finland somehow legitimate. And the other thing is about borders, and I think this is a really interesting point. Because it comes up in Jeremy's article. Now, I've got to read this thing. You mentioned this article about Stalin's giant pencil.
Morrison's one, yeah.
There's this talk about the movement of Kyrgyz and Tajik borders, right? It's very small. It's very. But I'm more interested in things like the decision to include Samarkand, a Tajik city in Uzbekistan, which I always thought was a deliberate act of, So because I always thought it was a deliberate act to be, because the idea was to split up nationalities like that, so you couldn't imagine being outside the Soviet Union because. Yeah, now maybe I'm wrong about that. That's the article suggests that's bullshit, right?
But you need to read Francine Hirsch for that. Because it's documented. It's very detailed document.
How about Kazakhstan then? And Muhammad Kunayev, yes. So he was abolished from so he fired from the position in 1962 because he didn't accept this move of borders. So also the third case, you see kind of line.
No, I think it's interesting, that's all. But I also think correct if I'm wrong, but in major terms, the borders are fixed after World War II. There is significant border movement, like really significant, like oblast level.
Okay, no.
No, okay. So then the other thing is about the signals about Dynamic's thing. I'll use it in a second, and then you can back. Okay, Crimea, that's a good point. Yes, that's a very good example. But Yeah, a little bit that one, yeah. About this negotiation, I think it's a point about like, well, how was it done? Well, I think that what we know in practice was there was a lot of watching the signals of what Moscow is saying and interpreting that either to your liking or not, you know, like, and then the other thing is it's taking action and then seeing what happens. So it's, I'm watching what they say, let's try something, and then let's see what they do about it. And I also think that if you, like, again, this example comes up that Natsionalnyi and Christogov document is that Azerbaijan, what they said that the Azerbaijani Communist Party is watching the Latvians and seeing, well, okay, if the Latvians are getting away with it, then we can get away with it. And so it is a process of trial and error and trying and steps, small steps, I think. So yeah.
And this was going to be my point. It's, you know, that one method in negotiation is pushing the boundaries, pushing the borders. And in Fergana Valley, it's literally pushing the borders.
Right.
And, you know, they don't know they're going to get away with it. The Kyrgyz keep doing this, and they do keep getting away with it. But you know, that's literal kind of border pushing. But in these areas, and yeah, exactly. In Latvia and Azerbaijan in the 50s. In Ukraine in the 70s, they push too far and they get purged as a result. But you know, more often you're pushing the boundaries and you get told no, and so you retreat a bit. And this is you know, and some people, or this is what I read about Kevin in Estonia, he was brilliant at this.
Yeah.
You know, just.
And the last one is, if you know, the thing is, Steiner just mentioned, he said the word sabotage, which I think is a good word. But like, and we think about this with the education reform, but like, is it not also a case of if you don't like it, then if you don't like what Moscow's told you to do, then you quietly weaken it as best as you can. And Jeremy mentions this in the article when he talks about the lip service of the Brezhnev era. You know, like you just go and say the right things, but don't necessarily do it, and then you know, and then does the centre no? I mean, just like the Georgians with the educational, or can you just send us a translated version because we don't know what you've done, you know? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, you can say something. No.
Yes, I suppose that there is a problem. This problem of negotiations. Please, to summarize what I have heard from your colleagues is that the negotiations really went on several levels. One level was to negotiate with society in the Republic. In Pelche after the war, it was very evident. All his discourse on national question was about convincing Latvians that nothing bad will happen, that we will polish, that everything will be okay. On the other hand, I suppose, especially in Brezhnev era, it was evident, for example, with WOS policies and so on, there was in Latvia was a second powerful agent which should be taken into account. This was Soviet army, militaries in general, big industrial enterprises which were subordinated to Moscow, and so they had simultaneously to talk to Latvian side and to so-called Russian side, and also they had somehow to try to negotiate some all those things with Moscow, which often didn't understand really. I suppose often went too far in these problems or solutions offered by Moscow in 70s and especially at the beginning of 80s. They were really unrealistic in general. They don't understand, and Andropov and Gorbachev too. He didn't understand national question really, what is about. He really, for example, Gorbachev really, I suppose, was of opinion that there was no national problems in Soviet Union. It was his decision on Kazakhstan really shows it, and his visit in Latvia too, by the way.
Even more so,
policy of lessons and not realizing that the only thing that people want to discuss is not just criticizing bureaucracy, but that opens a Pandora's box that all of a sudden we want to talk about Karabakh and who belongs to, or we want to talk about but HRs are not there, so it's probably below the surface.
I think that this point of Dina was very important because the administration in Republic had to sell somehow ideas that came from Moscow to their own public, and not to make any national disturbances, because if I would think about Sniečkus or perhaps Tolstoy, they come to one of meetings, yes, and he publicly says that now we are going to do слияние, национальное слияние с другими нациями и так далее. Perhaps he would not be perceived even from his aliens in the Communist Party. So nobody would understand that in Lithuania, how to do that. So perhaps, so they were in this double connection. They had to take into account the public and their opinions and their somehow feelings and so on, and also requirements of Moscow. So they were somehow mediators, mediators in this situation, and they knew what kind of nationality policy could be implemented, and so they had to adopt that. So they interpreted, manipulated all these Moscow requirements and so on because of possible negative reaction of the public.
And in the other direction too, conveying to the center what the discourse is in the book.
Yes. Other side too, yes.
But you've done a lot of work on showing they were a bridge, that they acted as this bridge, and that Kevin and Sniečkus were excellent at it.
Yes, exactly. And I would say, so we shouldn't limit ourselves only on just to see them just as only intermediators, because Sniečkus and others, I believe, they have their own position and outlook, yes, because it was not just position like how to say it to society and how to translate it to Moscow, yes, what society wants. So the thing is that if Republic disappears Sniečkus too, yes, so institutionalization, so also just they were like, they needed this form, yes, so like, say, Republican institutionalization, they needed this, and they kept entrenched in these positions. So it was like not just simple intermediation.
Yeah, they need, of course, it's a logic of political action. Yeah. You want to be in power as long as possible, and you want to have power as much as you can take it. So I think it's a simple logic of political power. Also.
And your paper is a very, very good example how they did, how they even invented something. Yes, invented because we wanted to entrench and to invent something new and to show Moscow also and to society to just see this is a very interesting thing.
But also this institutional framework, which I think does derive from the smooth decision about nationality policy, exactly explains for the most part where the national mafias come from and why they're national mafias, and how those policies enable people to be the gatekeeper of who gets to be the local elites.
I'm not always convinced about the idea of national map. I don't like because sometimes these kind of plans are not nationally based. And are not neither based on it's more on personal connections. And I mean, in the Uzbek case where there was much speculation about the Samarkand plan, the Tashkent plan, whatever, I mean, it was not that evident. To some extent, it was the Rashidov plan, not the Samarkand plan, right?
But yes, I prefer actually to use the word machine. But a machine, like
it's more like an American term for like, like the read machine.
And nationality is surely not the only one. It's not the only criteria. Selection. You have sub-criteria, regional ones, kind ones. But I think it's an important one, especially in most of the ultimately, especially by the later Soviet period, the national republics have to have a titular republics have to have a titular leadership, at least the first secretary.
But it's not that national, or I mean, at least on Central I'm not sure how it's in the other republics, but I see that there is an overlap of position. I mean, you met Osetov, the second secretary. Osetov, I mean, he lived in Moscow with the Russian guy who was absolutely plan.
This wasn't this part of the problem of the second secretary institution. And those second secretaries were supposed to be outsiders who were going to keep quiet, but they sort of get incorporated into the
In the end, they were. Yes. In the end, they were. And there were Karakalpaks, there were Tajiks, there were
It's supposed to move on real quickly, so say that.
Okay, colleagues, so perhaps we can stop here. Yes, and yes.
Let me ask a basic question about equivocation. Do we have a consensus that it's something that we want to do? And especially those who have either not prepared an original article for this conference, or are you interested in either preparing a new article or incorporating this discussion about Jeremy's article to whatever we've done?
Well, we had a quick discussion this morning of a way of exploring this negotiation is that you take the crises in Latvia and Georgia in the 1950s and actually explore the negotiations that accompany them, and me and Michael, and possibly, if you're interested to include, or if we think it works and you're interested to include Abkhazia in that as well. So this was, just come up with this morning, so we need to think about it and things. But this is one idea for a shared article, because I don't have a paper. Michael's paper is already published, so but we have the material to do this already, so it wouldn't be too difficult.
Yes, good solution. Yeah. And alternatively, otherwise, then it could be that I could easily, I could reformulate. I prepared remarks about just sort of like very much. I sort of went through Jeremy's article with that idea of interrogating it and so we wouldn't. I could also build on that as well. So if that was the choice of the. That they went in that direction, but I like Jeremy's idea. We discussed it this morning. But happy to come in that form. No, especially that also opens it up for Igor then, because you can't really have two articles on Beria 1953 in the same way. It would be like going hours side by side. That sort of thing. Where is yours, by the way?
I know it.
Nowhere. Yeah, right.
I was talking about that too. We do a whole special edition.
Right. Cool, I love it.
And if it's framed as a special issue which has a kind of theoretical conclusion, then Nationality papers might be a bit more interested in it, even if it's history.
I don't think
you could make an informal inquiry.
You could negotiate.
Who is it? Yeah.
Resources.
Who's the editor now?
Jules George is the special edition.
Okay.
So who's coordinating this?
You are.
Are you?
No, you are. I'm timid because he's got a friend on the
In close relations with.
In some ways, if you're willing, I'd be happy to code.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Excellent. That is
and agree. Yeah.
Okay. So.
And we could ask Ron for a commentary, and I mean, if it does engage, I could do an overall commentary or conclusion or something, and maybe Ron could disagree with me or something. So.
Ron's got he wrote already something, so yesterday.
Okay, colleagues. You want to say something?
No.
So okay, so perhaps we should stop here. So thank you all for participation, your papers. Thank you, and see you next time in VILNIUS Symposium. And where? Here. Bye. So question in Glasgow or here? Okay, so
no way, but or next year at least.
Well, I do it in project. I don't have maybe one euro to offer you a coffee, but I have a nice place if you want. We can discuss.
Okay, we will see, okay, and decide. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks a lot.